This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Happy Friday. It's a little crazy in my house this morning. If you hear anything in the background, I'm sorry. I had to go get propane and the kids are still getting breakfast. I am going to jump into this article real quick and the documents that I found about the Elijah Vu case. His mother and Jesse Vang, who had him at the time, have been charged. There is a criminal complaint filed against them in Manitowoc County, Wisconsin. I think I said it right. I don't know. I tried. That's all that matters, right? Thank you again, everybody, for being here. Happy Friday. And thank you. Thank you all for being here and joining me this morning on this live. So this article says, don't say too much. Elijah Vu's mother and boyfriend facing new charges a month after his remains were found in Manitowoc County. It says, new charges have been filed against Elijah Vu's mother and her boyfriend a month after his remains were found in Manitowoc County. According to the criminal complaint, 39-year-old Jesse Vang and 31-year-old Katrina Bauer are facing new charges related to Elijah Vu's death. On February 20th, officers were sent to an apartment in Two Rivers where Vang told authorities that Vu was missing. Vang told authorities that he disciplined Vu and had to play the bad role. The complaint says he explained some of his punishments for Vu to authorities. They included having him stand up and pray for periods of time and not allowing Vu to speak with Bauer, who was his mother. Bauer reportedly told authorities she could not deal with Vu's behavior and that he does not act poorly around Vang. She also said that she tries to put the behavior correction role on Vang. Authorities ended up showing a picture from Bauer's phone that reportedly showed an image of Vu wearing an eye mask on his face and appeared to have bruising on his jawline and the left side of his neck. There was also bruising on his upper left arm, according to the complaint. Bauer repeatedly claimed that those weren't injuries and denied seeing the injuries on Vu. The complainant also says that Bauer messaged Vang while he was being interviewed by law enforcement. Bauer allegedly messaged, "Stop, don't say too much, no, stop, you let him, shh," and Attorney K. The complaint says that Bauer told... So let me stop right there. I'm going to check because I couldn't see your comments. Good morning, Anders. Good morning, Claudia. I saw that Claudia became a member last night. I wanted to welcome you to Speculation Station. And thank you again, everybody, for being here. Good morning, Anders. So Vu obviously knew what had happened because she was messaging Vang while he was being interrogated by police, telling him basically to STFU and not say too much. So that tells us that she knew what was going on, and that's going to reflect poorly on her when she goes to trial. Back to the article, the complaint says that Bauer told authorities she sent those messages because she felt authorities were trying to entrap Vang for drinking and taking medications while watching Vu. On September 7th, authorities were contacted after people found bones while walking in a wooded area near Christy Bob Lane in Manitowoc County. Tests found the profile of the bones was consistent with Vu. The bones were estimated to be that of a 3 to 4-year-old child. The skull of Vu reportedly had a healed fracture of the zygomatic process of the right temporal bone, according to the complaint. The complaint says that similar instances have been correlated with head trauma happening during instances of child abuse. So that's basically saying that this poor baby's skull was fractured and had had time to heal. So his skull was fractured at some point while he was alive and had started to heal. Back to the article, the cause of death was listed as homicide by unspecified means by the chief medical examiner of the Fond du Lac County Medical Examiner's Office. The death reportedly happened in the time interval when Vu was reported missing. Vang was familiar with Christy Bob Lane because he was present at a residence in September 2023. Video showed Vang as seen dropping off a suitcase at St. Vincent de Paul. The suitcase was later found and swabbed, where a single profile was found and was consistent with Vu. The vehicle Vang was seen driving was reportedly seen on cameras in the direction of Christy Bob Lane. Below is a breakdown of charges for Vang and Bauer. And we're going to read that, and then I will show you the actual complaints. So Jesse Vang, as of October 17th, was charged with physical abuse of a child, repeated acts causing death, repeater, which is a felony, and he can get up to life in prison. Hiding a corpse, repeater, which is a felony, and he can get up to 2.5 years in prison, and that can be increased by 2 years due to being a repeater. And obstructing an officer, also a repeater, which is a misdemeanor, up to 9 months in prison, can be increased by 2 years due to repeater. So he obstructed an officer by lying because they lied and said that basically Elijah was missing. That's the obstructing an officer charge. And obviously physical abuse and hiding a corpse is self-explanatory. Katrina Bauer, his mother, was charged with chronic neglect of a child, and the consequence is death, which is a felony up to 60 years in prison. Neglecting a child, specified harm did not occur, and child has a disability, which is a felony, and that's up to 3.5 years in prison. Obstructing an officer, which is a misdemeanor, up to 9 months in prison, and another obstructing an officer charge, which is a misdemeanor, up to 9 months in prison. So that's because she lied to officers twice about Vu. Court records show that the two have both officially been charged. During the Two Rivers the police department's press conference, it was mentioned that the two are scheduled to have a bail hearing on October 18th at 12:45 p.m. That's today at 12:45 p.m. They're going to have a bail hearing. I can already tell you that they're probably not going to make bail. No additional information was provided. So let's look at the actual complaints real quick, and then we'll jump in to the Quinton Simon trial. Oh, thank you, Jen, for the trigger warning. Let me put my banner up. Sorry, I'm not able to see when I'm reading articles. I'm not able to see you guys. So let me share this. Hold on. Okay, let me make sure you can see it. Yep. Okay, so here are the actual filings. It says it was filed October 17th, and it tells the date of birth. It's a criminal complaint. Filed only arrest warrant issued for Jesse Vang. the arrest warrant was issued, but when you're already incarcerated, they just go to the jail and basically give you your papers. So count number 1 is physical abuse of a child, repeated acts causing death, and they modified it to repeater. And then charge number 2, hiding a corpse, repeater. Charge number 3, resisting or obstructing an officer, repeater. And the physical abuse of a child is a class A felony. Hiding a corpse is a class F felony. And then resisting or obstructing an officer is a class A misdemeanor. And again, they obstructed the officer by lying to them. It just tells us another court record from October 17th, and it says request and response regarding open records. And then again, it says it again, and it says on the 17th, there is a arrest warrant issued for Jesse Vang, victim identification key, electronic filing notice, case initiated by electronic filing, and then the complaint was filed. So that's Jesse's. Let's go ahead and check out Christina's real quick. Let me pull this one up for you because there are different charges on this one. Okay. Hold on just a minute. All right, you guys can see it. So this, again, the filing date was October 17th. It was filed, an arrest warrant was issued, but again, she's still incarcerated, so they just went and delivered her paperwork to the jail. So count number 4 is going to be chronic neglect of a child, and the consequence is death, which is a class B felony. Neglecting a child, no harm, and child under 6 years old or disability, or I don't know if that's, it's either under or over 6 years old or disability, and the charge is the disability part, which is a class I felony. Resisting or obstructing an officer, which is a class A misdemeanor, and then she's got that charge again, resisting or obstructing an officer, which is a class A misdemeanor, which again is because they lied and said he was missing, knowing that he was actually deceased. And then on the 17th, request and response regarding open records, arrest warrant was issued for Katrina Bauer, arrest warrant authorized for Katrina Bauer, victim identification key, electronic filing notice, case initiated by electronic filing, and the complaint was filed. So I wanted to update you guys on the Elijah Vu case. That case is near and dear to my heart, like the Quinton Simon case. That poor child. All these babies out here, it's just a shame. I wish these mothers would seek some other kind of help. You know what I mean? I'm working on getting the Quinton Simon playlist pulled up. I'm going to get that pulled up, and then I will share the screen with you guys. And we will watch from yesterday. I want to talk about the boyfriend testifying, and evidently Miss Missy testified and basically slaughtered her alibi, Miss Leilani Simon's alibi. Oh, I'm sharing the StreamYard link. Well, there's that, if y'all want that, if anybody wants to join me on panel. Okay, this is not the right video yet. I am in my playlist, though. We want this one right here. This one right here. So, we're going to jump right on into this as soon as I get it to come up. I like doing it a day behind because we don't have to wait for like them to break and go to lunch or anything like that. I know Grizzly True Crime does it a couple of hours behind, and she's actually where I got that idea. Like, I love watching before I was doing this stuff, I loved watching her do it because you could skip through the breaks. I love Grizzly True Crime. She's really good. Plunder's really good too. I don't want us to miss anything, so I'll put it right here, and we will go ahead and play this. Okay. We can talk about it. Thank you again, everybody, for being here. That's the courtroom that's muted. Oh, Corey, really? I don't know. I'll tell you. Turn this down a little bit so we can listen to it while I talk. I'll tell you that at first I was like, how does something like that happen in a house and you have no idea? But then after watching what we watched yesterday, where he stated he didn't turn the lights on and it seemed like he really cared about the kids and he was the one taking care of them, I had to change my stance on that, and I actually apologized for what I said beforehand, because I believe that he really didn't know anything. Because it's normal to not turn the lights on if you don't want to wake the kids up. You know, I'll turn this down just a little bit more. When my kids were little, I used to see if they were breathing because I was so afraid of SIDS, and I would go in and just see if they were breathing, and I wouldn't turn the light on. It was Trixie, yeah. Oh, yeah, Anders. Trixie was the person on panel yesterday. Yep. She did a great job, too. She had a lot of information about the case. I need to touch up on it. I had seen it when it first happened, but I hadn't touched up on it since then. I feel like I need to touch up on cases more because I know about the cases, what I can recall from, just off the top of my head, but I need to know more. I feel like I'm not doing right by y'all by not knowing everything that I need to know off the top of my head. I do try, but I feel like I need to do better. So Corey says, yes, the text in the morning, and I took care of the kids. I think he loved the children very much. Me too. I think he was the only one taking care of them. He was paying the babysitter, even though Billy Joe tried to claim that she was paying the babysitter, like Trixie said yesterday. She brought that up and showed us all that and all the word on the YouTube streets.
And Mr. Youngkin, just to be clear, you do understand that you are under
Rick.
oath. You were sworn in yesterday and you remain under oath at this time for cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
Honey, you're not a panel hoe. I love when y'all come up.
No.
It's easier when you guys come up and we can talk about it.
Exhibit 9 and have you look at it real quick. You could just briefly state what that is. The layout of the house on Buckhalter Road.
And if you would, just explain to the jury where the front door is. Is that the room that y'all lived in and slept in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you would, how to explain where the front door is. We've seen pictures. Give me 1 second. I might can give you a better picture. I'm going to show you.
Okay, so just to reiterate, this is going to be cross-examination. So basically, Leilani's lawyers are questioning him, and they're going to attempt to basically point out where he's lying or not telling the whole truth. That's usually what cross-examination is. They take everything you said and testify to for the prosecution, and they try to basically rip it apart.
Intended and admitted the state's exhibit number 10 and picture 26 of state's exhibit number 10. Is that the front door at 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
And is this, as you enter the doorway, a picture of the sofa to the left?
Yes, sir.
And the picture to the right is kind of over in the corner. It's the race car. That's where Zane slept.
Yes, sir.
And this is a TV.
Yes, sir.
And I assume there's a little chair in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the crib that Quinton slept in, correct?
Yes, sir. The playpen.
And that's the pictures of inside the crib, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go all the way back here.
I will say it's hard when you love somebody, especially if they're the mother of your child, because you care about that person and you don't want, like, when you're on drugs, like if you don't have them, you get sick. You can't get up and do things. I mean, depending on what you use, you could be physically sick. And if he loved her, which it does seem like he did, then he's going to try to do what he can to help her and make her feel better. It's a hard situation to be in because I think he was only staying for the children. You know, he loved Leilani, but he couldn't deal with her bullshit. And eventually he did leave, and I hope he has his child now. But it's hard to tell the person you love, you know, I'm tired of this. You're going to stop. You're going to get up. You're going to do this and that. And I'm sure he did. And I'm sure she argued back and forth and was like, you're making me feel like a shitty mom or something. I could imagine a conversation going on like that using speculation. And, you know, his main concern seemed like it was the kids, you know? Yeah, Corey, I definitely agree. I stated in a comment where I posted what I was able to pull as far as documents that I feel like this whole situation could have been avoided with some rehab and parenting classes for her. And the fact that she wasn't even supposed to be there. Billy Joe had custody through CPS. And when you have custody of somebody through CPS, the parents, like if the grandparents have custody, the parents are not supposed to be in the house alone with the children. And she's lied to try to cover that fact up. And the fact that Danny was paying for babysitting.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to understand the back part of the room. If I can get to it. The back part of the room, as you walk in the door and look all the way to the back, is where the bed was, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you have to walk past the bed in order to walk in and out the back door, the dining room. Let me rephrase that. Is this about where the bed's at in the back part of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is where you have to walk through to get out through the dining room and living room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on the night of October 5th, were you sleeping in that bed?
Yes, sir.
And was Miss Simon sleeping in that bed with you?
At some point.
At some point. Okay. So, and again, not trying to put words in your mouth. The bed, in order to walk in and out the back dining room or living room door, you have to walk right by that bed, correct?
Yes, sir. You have to walk by it.
And it's in the back part of the room away from the children, correct?
Yes, sir. Towards the window in the corner.
Okay. And you say that's where you were sleeping, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it wasn't upstairs. It wasn't a different bedroom. It wasn't anything like that.
No, sir.
Okay. So, what time did you wake up on the morning of October 5th?
Trixie, I'm so sorry, love. Hold on.
I would believe around right before
Hey,
Hey, I'm so sorry. I had looked away from my screen for a second.
You're fine. You're fine. Yeah, they really try painting him as this bad guy, like he did it.
Really?
Oh my God. Because he he was part of doing drugs too. He admits
Yeah.
that. He even admitted it. Like he didn't care that they had access to his phone and stuff. He
Right.
admitted to them that he did drugs. So he had nothing to hide. But they really in here tried painting it like it was him, who was doing this. With that whole, remember when I said about the text messages that with her having relations with the drug dealer?
Yeah.
They didn't want to admit that. Well, they bring that back up, but they tried painting it as it wasn't because of her having relations with the drug dealer. It was because she was getting drugs for him. That's how they were trying to paint, the prosecution or the defense was trying to paint this. And it's just like, no, you can't. But then they didn't want to admit or allow it to be admitted for the messages regarding her having relations with the drug dealer. So it's like, you can't have it
Both ways.
Right. You can't do it just your way, admit what you want and not what is, had really happened.
Right. Right.
You can't pick and choose. You show it all or it doesn't get shown at all. Period.
Right. Exactly. Wow.
And Yeah. And oh my gosh. And wait till the end. You are going to be like, what the heck?
Wow.
If you
Okay.
haven't seen it,
No,
wait till the end.
no, because I try to wait so I can give you guys my genuine reaction and thoughts on here. So yeah, I haven't watched it.
Oh, I
Um,
can't wait for your genuine reaction towards the end with one of the witnesses. Oh my God.
I did see that the Orgel witness comes up, but I haven't watched that either. So
Oh no, it's not that one.
okay. Yeah, that's all I know about. I haven't watched it because I like to give you all my genuine reaction. Okay. Well,
I'm
cool.
going to be muting on and off because I have my little Bubba and I'm doing laundry.
Aw. Okay.
All right.
That's cool. Yeah, just tell me if you need me to pause or anything and you have anything.
Sure. All right.
All right.
Where I sent the text message to Miss Michelle.
And that was, and I'm not trying to put
5:18.
Yes,
so
and
5:15, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you texted Miss Michelle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you woke up and texted Miss Michelle, I assume you then left to go to work, correct?
I got ready and left. Yes, sir.
And what did you drive on the way to work?
The Dodge Journey.
And I'm going to show you some pictures. Mark the State's Exhibit 11. If you would look through State's Exhibit 11. Is that the Dodge Journey that you drove?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you left and you went to work, clocked in around 6:10, 6:15, correct?
Yes, sir. Whatever time the clock kind of has me at. Yes, sir.
All right. Did you make any stops along the way?
No, sir.
All right. You see in there a curveball, a fireball, and a natural light container, correct? As well as an orange vest or some sort of cardigan.
Fireball, Sprite, another shot, orange vest, natural light. Yep.
And were those yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when did you deposit them there?
To be honest, I don't know.
But they're yours.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to assume on October 5th, the police seized the van, correct?
Yeah, I was in the parking, in the driveway.
Just trying to set up. Okay. But were those fair and accurate pictures of the van that morning?
Yes, sir.
All right. So do you know what time you left the house?
Not precisely.
Okay. And where exactly is the warehouse you work at?
Port Wentworth.
Okay. So that time of morning, what's the drive like?
Pretty heavy traffic for the most part.
How long does it normally take you to get there?
20, 25
20,
minutes.
25 minutes? Okay. And I was curious, Mr. Dean played the video of you running in and then running out a short time later. What were you running in for?
I was probably a few minutes late.
You're already 10 or 15 minutes late though, weren't you?
I don't know to be precise. Whatever time his clock in was.
Whatever the clock says is what it was, but you were already late, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, you said that you and Miss Simon met in 2020, correct?
Somewhere along those lines.
Okay. And that was in Dunn, North Carolina?
In person, yeah.
Right. And that was where you were at, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she traveled up there. Y'all lived together for a minute, correct?
Absolutely.
How old are you, Mr. Youngkin? And today?
Today, I'm 30.
Okay. And how old you have been back then? 28, 27?
27, 26.
Okay. In 2020, you'd have been 26, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. In October of 2022, probably 28, 27, something like that?
Yeah.
All right. So when did you move back to Savannah?
I moved to Savannah. I didn't move back to Savannah.
Well, when did you move to Savannah then?
4 or 5 months into her pregnancy.
All right. So when was Sky born? Then what year? What month?
June 5th,
2022. Am that correct? All right, so it would have
Yes,
been,
sir.
again, February, March of 2022, you moved down here maybe?
Sounds about right.
And you lived at 535 Buckhalter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was Billy and Thomas's house, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you pay any rent while you lived there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you paid it to Billy and Thomas?
Cash app it to Billy.
Okay. And you lived there, and again, I'm just trying to recount it. When you first moved in, it was Joe that lived there, right?
Yes, sir. We lived upstairs.
All right. And it was you and Zane and Quinton and Lilani and Billy and Thomas and Joe, right?
Before Sky was born, yeah.
Right. And then Sky was born. And then if I just remember correctly, then Joe moved out and Paul moved in, correct?
Somewhere along those lines, yeah.
So around the summer of 2022, that's an accurate picture of who was residing in the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is it safe to say that y'all both took care of these kids and took the kids back and forth to the babysitter?
For the most part, it was me.
So the most part
I
it
was
you?
about to say, I think he's the one that took care of the kids.
So on a daily basis, who was the one that would normally take them over to the babysitter?
Me?
All right. And how often would Lonnie do it?
Rarely.
All right. So, and who would pick him up in the afternoon?
Me.
All right.
If she worked, then both of us. If she worked.
If she worked? Okay. And so it was not unusual that you were the one who took care of these children, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it's not uncommon that you were the one that interacted with the babysitter, correct?
Correct.
And now let's talk about how often would you drink?
Daily.
How often daily?
As I stated yesterday, about 5 shots of Fireball and 3 to 4 25-ounce beers.
Okay. And when did you normally drink? What was your routine?
Well, I couldn't leave work, so I'd go to work and I'd get off work and I'd stop by the liquor store in Port Wentworth on the way back to the house.
Okay. Did you ever stop by on the way to work?
No, they weren't open.
Did you ever drink before work?
They weren't open.
That's not the same question.
No,
Mr.
sir.
Duncan. Okay. You can buy it ahead of time.
No, I drank to where there was nothing left.
So it's safe to say that your drinking habits were mostly after work and in the evenings.
Yeah,
And you, by your own admission, drank 4 or 5 Fireballs and, at least in this case, we knew a curveball and Natural Light. And then you said the 20.
It keeps rejecting my comment. I was trying to say twice now that, yeah, I know they're a lot of work. Like, you have to blow dry your hair after they get wet. I know that. And I wanted to have dreadlocks for some years when I was like a young adult, like 18, 19, but I never actually had it done.
25 ounce, right?
yeah.
Okay. And so now let's talk about the week leading up to October 5th. Were you and Lilani bickering or fighting that week?
Probably.
Okay. Let me ask a more refined question then. You said it was not unusual for her to go to Arkwright Road. Why is that?
For her to what?
You said it was not unusual for her to go to Arkwright Road. Why was that?
To where?
Arkwright Road. 204.
Oh, no, not unusual.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. After she had her wisdom teeth out on October 4th, did y'all go by 204 on the way home?
Possibly.
Possibly? Or
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
All right. Well, Do you recall saying that you
We
did?
love you, Eek. We love all our family
I said it was a
members.
possibility, or probably did. I mean, I know I told you I went by the liquor store while she was at the dentist's office. So I had already drank at that point.
Well, what kind of drinker are you? Are you a blackout drinker or a pass out drinker?
Neither.
Okay. Well, you
Neither.
just said you didn't remember. You'd already been by the liquor store. I was wondering what going by the liquor store would have to do with affecting your memory.
I just don't have great memory. I used to do a lot of drugs.
All right. What kind of drugs did you used to do, Mr. Youngkin?
Cocaine and marijuana.
And let me ask this. In the weeks, days, and hours leading up to October 5th, were you doing cocaine, marijuana, and alcohol?
Not marijuana, but cocaine and alcohol, yes, sir.
And when were you doing cocaine and alcohol?
After work.
On a daily basis?
Yeah.
Right?
So, matter of fact, if you didn't
I
drink
agree,
and
Joy.
drug, it would have been unusual. Correct?
Yeah.
All right. Now, when you did drink and drug, where did you normally do it at?
In the house.
Where at in the house?
On a dresser that was next to the bed.
All right. So you would do it in the room where the kids were.
Unfortunately.
Okay. And not trying to pry or anything, just asking. So whenever you, and there's different ways to do it. You can smoke cocaine,
No.
sniff cocaine,
Yes.
or you can shoot cocaine.
No.
How did you do cocaine?
Sniff.
Okay. So when you're doing that, wouldn't you have to explain how you would normally do that? How would you sniff the cocaine? What was your routine?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, well, would you buy it?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, what do you mean? How do you sniff cocaine? I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Or would you send Lonnie to buy it?
I would buy it, or she would go buy it. I don't get
Okay.
it.
And did you have a dresser? You said the dresser that you put it on was in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you leave it on the dresser? Would you put it on a plate? What would you do with it?
On the dresser, it would be in a bag, or sniff it out of the bag, or put a line on the dresser and sniff it off the dresser.
All right. So and that's kind of the point I'm getting to. It's either in the bag on the dresser and you sniff it from the bag.
The dresser is like this tall.
That's fine. I'm just asking. The point is it was out on the dresser in the bedroom where the children were. That's my point.
Corey, that movie Blow with Johnny Depp, when I was not living that good of a life, we had a DVD player and we could only watch DVDs because we couldn't afford to buy cable. And that I had that movie Blow on DVD, and I watched that movie, I know, like probably 200 times. I love that movie.
Sure.
Okay. Now, is cocaine more of a stimulant or more of a depressant?
Yep.
Does cocaine give you energy or does cocaine make you sleepy?
For me,
Yes.
sleepy, honestly.
And that's a fair assessment. So cocaine makes you sleepy. Does alcohol make you sleepy or energize you?
I kind of just evened out.
So in your case, cocaine made you sleepy and alcohol would give you a little bit of energy and it kind of evened you out.
Sure.
Now, when you did cocaine, would you also drink?
Yes.
Okay. And how much would you drink at that point in time?
I don't have an exact measurement.
Okay. Did you smoke at the same time?
No, I didn't smoke. I didn't smoke marijuana. I was not.
Cigarettes?
Cigarettes?
Yes.
Not often.
But when you did cocaine and drank, would you smoke cigarettes?
Sure.
Okay.
He is, like Trixie said, he is trying to paint a broad brush to make it look like he possibly could have done something while he was on drugs. I agree very much with that statement. And Corey, you said it makes him sleepy. It must have been mixed. Yeah, it could have been cut with some downers, but some people that have ADHD, like when they do that, it makes them sleepy. And then they can do like other things like that are supposed to be downers, and it gives them energy. My kids have ADHD, and if I give them a cup of coffee before we do schoolwork, they can focus on their schoolwork. Whereas if I don't give them a cup of coffee, then they're bouncing all over the walls. They're not able to focus, all of that, because it has the opposite reaction. Like the coffee actually calms them down enough to be able to focus on their schoolwork when we have school after my lives.
And when you smoke cigarettes, would you smoke the cigarettes in the house or outside the house?
Story. Yep.
Outside.
Okay, and why was that?
So the house didn't smell like cigarettes?
And it wasn't your house, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. And I'm going to assume, and again, I don't think you had permission to smoke in the house, did you?
No, sir.
And I'm fairly certain you didn't have permission to do cocaine in the house either, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, so you're not sure if you went to 204 after she had her wisdom teeth out. Y'all came home. You stopped by Cheddar's on the way home, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got something to eat, came home, and she took her medicine and knocked herself out, right?
Sure. I'm not 100% sure. I honestly can't say for certain. But I mean, yeah, that's my recollection of it.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. Y'all lived in this room, right?
For the most part,
Okay. It's an open room, correct?
yeah.
The bed's in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
The entertainment for the children is in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
The place the children sleep is in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you were interacting with the children, laying down, watching TV, or doing any of these things in your room, and she was sleeping, you would notice it, correct?
More than likely, yeah. I mean, as I said yesterday,
I hope I didn't miss anything. I stepped in the kitchen to get some coffee.
we were at a point to where I didn't really pay much attention to what she was doing.
Okay. Well, do you recall telling the police that she went to sleep that afternoon?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay. Any reason why you'd make that up?
No.
Okay. So what time did she wake up that afternoon?
I don't remember.
All right. How did the kids get back from Michelle's that afternoon?
I believe we both went and picked them up
So, and what time was that?
around 4:30 or 5.
All right. Which is a normal time, right?
I guess. I mean, it's a couple hours later because we normally get off at like 2 or 3.
All right. So 5 o'clock, Quinton's fine, Zane's fine, and Sky's fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
At 6 o'clock on the evening of October 4th, Quinton's fine, Zane's fine, and Sky's fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
What are you and Lilani doing at that point in time?
I don't remember.
Okay. 7 o'clock, are the children fine?
I agree, Anders.
Yes, to my knowledge.
What are you and Lilani doing at 7 o'clock?
I can't say for certain.
8 o'clock, are the children fine?
Yeah, to my knowledge. Absolutely.
What are you and Lilani doing at 8 o'clock?
I can't be 100% certain. I was probably making dinner.
Okay. And 10 o'clock, the kids are laying down for bed, going to sleep at this point in time, correct?
Yeah, as was
Zane's,
I.
Zane's in his bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually lay eyes on him?
I mean, he's visible.
Okay. Quinton's in his bed. Did you actually lay eyes on him?
He's not as visible, but yes.
Okay. And Sky's in her, I guess it's like crib or whatever it is, next to the couch, right? And you actually laid eyes on her as well, correct?
Yeah, she was at the end of the bed.
All right. So at 10 o'clock, kids are fine. You're there. Are you drinking or drugging at this point in time?
10 o'clock?
Yes.
No.
All right. And so at 10 o'clock, was there any conversation about going to 204 that night between you and Lilani?
Yeah, there's text messages.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
She said she was going to go to 204 and come back. I said, okay, can you make it quick.
All right.
I'd like to watch a movie and go to sleep so we can go to work.
All right.
I do want to remind everyone that we saw that text message from Leilani to the FBI trying to blame him. I just wanted to remind everybody that because I was thinking about that just now.
And that's basically what your text message said.
Yeah.
Come on back. See you soon.
Please,
Let's watch a movie, right?
please,
So
yes.
there was at least I'm not putting your words in your mouth. From the text messages, there didn't seem to be any animosity between y'all at that point in time, correct?
For the most part,
Yeah. You're just looking forward to laying down, watching a movie together, right?
for the most part,
And again, were you drinking or doing any drugs that night?
that night,
Yes.
you said 10 o'clock.
Oh, and that night, after this, anytime that night.
Prior to 10 o'clock, yeah, prior to when I laid down, yes.
Okay, what were you doing prior to 10 o'clock?
Drinking and the rest of the little bit of cocaine I had.
So we're drinking and doing cocaine up to 10 o'clock. And is that why you sent her to 204 to get some more?
I didn't send her to 10 to 204. She was the one who said she wanted to go to 204. That's in the text messages.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Who would normally get the drugs, you or her?
That were her people.
All right. And would y'all share drugs or
Yes.
would you keep it separate?
Share it for the most part.
All right. So if you got some cocaine or some weed or some
I didn't get weed.
Percocets,
I didn't get Percocet.
all right. But if you got cocaine, you'd share.
Yeah.
And if she got it, she'd share.
No.
No.
No. She was selfish.
Okay. So you would share drugs, but she wouldn't.
Yeah.
Did that cause any anger or animosity between you?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not for me.
Really? Okay. So whenever do you remember speaking?
I want to state that, he talks about, no, she wouldn't share because she's selfish. And we can see that in the way that he was taking care of the kids. He was making dinner. He was carrying them back and forth to the babysitter. He was putting them to bed. Again, showing that she's selfish. I believe him 100% on that.
Speaking with the police on October 5th, I believe it was an FBI agent and a detective from Chatham County Police Department.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when they took you down to the station and interviewed you?
For a very long period of time.
Right. And do you remember that conversation with him?
There were quite a few.
Let's just start at the beginning then. Do you remember telling them there's nothing weird about her going to Arkwright Drive?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's not anything weird about it.
And when Leilani got back from 204, were you awake or asleep?
I was asleep.
You remember telling them that you were awake when she got back?
No, I don't remember, to be 100% honest. I really don't.
All right. And do you remember telling them you got up at 3 to take care of Sky?
It's possible that I did.
Okay. And do you remember saying that everything was fine at that point in time?
Possibly.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Whenever you would come and go from the house, did you come through the front door or did you always drive around back and come in through the dining room or living room doors?
Never through the front door.
And that's because the parking's in the back, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it would not be unusual or uncommon that those doors are the ones that get all the movement, are they?
No, not uncommon.
Okay. And whose responsibility was it to lock those doors or secure those doors at night?
Everybody's? Whoever came in last.
Okay. But would it surprise you if those doors opened and closed a lot and weren't locked and stayed open?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be unusual?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember going out, and again, you said you didn't smoke often, but would you go out on the patio to smoke when you did smoke?
The front or the back? It would depend.
Okay. But you would?
Sure.
Okay. Now, Do you remember just a few minutes into the interview with the FBI agent, the Chatham County police officer, you got a little angry?
Possibly.
Remember saying it feels weird, I'm having a bad day, and
No.
okay. Well, it's been a long day, so. Do you remember telling them that you were a little antsy and you need a drink?
Probably.
Okay. Now, do you remember telling them that when you woke up at 3 a.m. that Leilani was asleep?
No.
I don't think it's unusual to make sure the door is locked when your babies are little, because they do have, most children have a tendency to try to open the door. A lot of people, like we had the slide lock at the top when the kids were little, so we could lock it at the top where they couldn't reach. So even if they did open it, that chain would stop them from going out and we would hear it.
Oh yeah.
Well, if I did, then that's probably
Yeah.
something she.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, kids. My gosh, when my oldest was 2.5, I worked. Oh, he was like 2. I worked third shift waitressing, and my mom had been on vacation for a week, and I lived downstairs from her. And he would go up to grandma's house every day. Well, then grandma went back to work. I'm downstairs. I fell asleep after getting off work and getting him. Next thing I know, my neighbor who lives on the 3rd floor above me came to my door with my child. My child had crossed 3 side streets and 2 busy streets
Oh
looking
no.
for looking for his nana. And
Oh
I
no.
about freaked out. The cops came to my house about 15 minutes later just to see if he was, what his home was like. Because why would this child be out there? I immediately called my boss because I was bawling. I immediately called my boss and said, you either switch me to second shift or I quit. And I had my stepdad attach a lock way high up on the door because he was able to open at 2. He was able to open the lock on the door. And
Yeah.
that's how it happened.
Yeah, a lot of first-time parents. Yeah, it's not unusual for things like that to happen with first-time parents, and then you learn. Wow, I'm sorry
Yeah.
that happened to you.
But he was safe, but it was just shocking. I mean, he was being potty trained at the time, so he was wearing a long t-shirt and he was carrying his underwear in his hand.
Oh,
It
oh,
was this poor baby. But
oh,
he's great. He's 35 now, married with a baby, and
oh. That's so sweet. I'm glad he was okay. Yeah, it sucks to learn that way, but yeah, it
oh
happened.
yeah.
Glad he was okay. I could just imagine him now with a long t-shirt carrying his underwear. That's so cute.
She told me to say.
Okay. And remember telling him Quinton was okay at 3 o'clock?
Probably based on what she told me to say.
Mr. Youngkin, are you sitting here saying what you've been told to say?
Right now, no.
Okay. So you have free will, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, let's talk about that first day as well. Was that the day that you authorized the FBI to tap your phone for 90 days? 30 days at a time, I guess I should say.
What day? The date started on, I think it was the 8th. I think it was 10/8, 2022.
October 8th. All right, well, I'll ask that question. Let's just go back. That day, October 5th, did y'all go back to Buckhalter Road that day?
I believe it was like 2 or 3 a.m.
Okay, so it was October 6th.
Yeah.
Okay. And when was it y'all went to the hotel?
The 7th, maybe? I don't know.
Yes,
100%.
Corey. That's the defense attorney.
But you had agreed
Defendant
to
Leilani.
Absolutely.
have the video done, the audio done, and then give them your phone done, correct?
The phone happened later, but yes, I did.
Okay. And you say the phone happened later. They didn't dump it that day, October 5th?
What do you mean? Permission?
Extract it.
I thought you were talking about the 30 days at a time.
No. I'm talking about just actually giving them your phone.
Yeah, on the 5th, absolutely.
Right. Because I remember you asked on the 5th to get your phone back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I did.
So,
And I got it back.
all right. So now, did you notice anything about Quinton's crib the evening of October 4th?
No.
Early morning hours of October 5th?
No.
Anything unusual about it?
No. I wasn't really looking at that point, but no.
Okay. And I wonder if I could approach the witness for 1 second. If you would look through that real quick. Don't say what it is, just look through it.
I'm going to see if I can speed it up just a little bit because I don't want to miss any, but I do have other things I have to do and I can't sit here for 8 hours. So we're going to see if I speed it up a little bit, if it won't, we'll be able to understand.
Okay.
Do you recognize any of these messages?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are these messages?
Text messages between me and Leilani.
Let me know if it's too
And-
fast.
If you would turn to, I guess, the very back one. Let's start in the back and kind of work forward. You see the one from September 30th at 8:04?
Yes.
Okay. This is about 5 days prior to Quinton's disappearance, is it not?
Yeah.
And it's from who to who?
From me to her.
All right. And if you would, what did you say to her that particular day?
Like, I'm always supposed to deal with your asshole moves and the mean ass kids when you get mad and dip and take shit from me.
What particular shit are you talking about here, Mr. Youngkin?
Money, drugs.
And which mean-ass kids are you referring to here, Mr. Youngkin?
All three.
Well, Sky's an infant, so I'm
Yeah,
fairly
she was
certain.
being mean that day.
How can an infant be mean, Mr. Youngkin?
She wasn't being mean. She was just crying a lot.
Okay. So how would Quinton or Zane be mean? Their children. Mr. Youngkin.
Zane was a handful
How's that?
because he was always high energy and high strung and didn't want to go to sleep when we would say that. And I would be the one that would always deal with him.
Okay. All right, let's look at the next one. It looks like this one's just a few minutes later, September 30th at 8:47.
Yeah, I said, I'm such an idiot. I see it.
Now, you said a little bit more than that,
I am such a ducking idiot. I see it.
and you meant to say something else, but
Yeah, well, autocorrect.
all right, let's go on to the next one on September 30th at 8:46.
Yes.
That's from you to who?
These aren't in order.
No, they're not, admittedly.
I said, still at 2:04, WTF taking so long?
What's that referring to?
Why was she still gone?
Well, what would she go to 204 for?
For herself, probably.
So,
Or us, both.
all right. Drugs, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. How would you know? To my knowledge,
And so you were a little irritated because she wasn't back with the drugs, weren't you? Mr. Youngkin?
I was just, no, it wasn't because she wasn't back with drugs. She wasn't back.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go on to the next one, if you would. September 30th at 9.
Yeah, and you fucking wonder why I'm just trying to drink, do drugs, and sleep.
And this was September 30th at 9 p.m.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Sorry. I apologize.
Thank you for letting me know, you guys. I
Did that
appreciate
pretty
that.
much sum up what you were looking to do at that point in time in your life?
When I go back through live streams, I listen to them on 2 times speed. So for me, it's like No problem at all. I could listen to it on 2 times. My husband's like, I don't know how you understand that, but so I want to make sure it was good with you guys. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, honestly.
I'm going to ask it's not a flippant question, but at this point in time, you're a grown man, 28 years old.
Sure.
Just leave.
Just leave my daughter?
Mm-hmm.
No. No, sir.
All right. So you understand it's an option, though.
Not in my eyes.
So, but you would rather stay, drink, do drugs, and sleep.
I'd rather be there for my daughter.
Well, I understand. Let me ask you this. When you're drinking, doing drugs, and sleeping, how are you there for your daughter?
Not as well as I should have been.
Oh, not at all. Really? Are you?
That's an opinion.
Is that your opinion?
That I could have done better, yes.
Well, that's all the ones for September 30th. Let's look on October 1st. This is 4 days prior.
Good morning, Cozy.
At 12:26 a.m. From,
Are you asking me to read all these?
well, I'm asking you, who's this from and who's it to?
What time?
The 12:26.
It's from her to me.
And what does it say?
You almost had your whole bag, and some of both of the bags that I had went and bought.
What bags is she referring to?
Cocaine, which was inaccurate.
So you went through both bags as well.
That's inaccurate.
It may be inaccurate, but that's what the text message says, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it says you went through both bags of cocaine.
According to her.
Right. Well, let's go on to the next one that you sent back to her.
No bag, no love, no niceness.
Right. So basically, your mood was contingent upon the drugs you had, correct?
I hope he has her.
That was inclusive with the no love, no niceness.
Okay. Let's go to 10/1/2022, 12:27 a.m. That was from who to who?
Her to me.
And what was this referencing?
Then expected. That's not in order. It says, and then expected me to come inside while you talk shit and share when you had a G yesterday.
What's a G?
A gram.
All right. So she's saying that she wasn't going to share because you had an entire gram to yourself.
Which is not true.
Okay. Look at the next text message from October 1st, 1:34, from you to Lilani.
Yeah. Can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't ask me or tell me shit. Me referring to her leaving in the middle of the night and not saying anything.
Okay. You're upset, needless to say.
Well, yeah. At the time.
Cozy, this is Quinton Simon. I read in the beginning an update on the Elijah Vu case. The mother and Jesse Vang are charged. They've got a couple more charges now, and they're actually got a hearing today at 12:45 in Wisconsin time for a bond hearing, but I doubt they'll make bond. This is the Quinton Simon trial out of Savannah, Georgia.
Then I gave up.
So did it upset you whenever you noticed that she wasn't there in the middle of the night?
Occasionally. Most of the time I just accredited it to do her doing whatever she wanted to do.
Let's look at the next one on 10/1 at 1:34. It looks like from Lilani to you.
You can go out and do what you want tomorrow night. And you said you wish you knew. Well, now you know.
And that's basically saying you can go do what you want tomorrow night, right?
From her, yeah.
Right.
I would do that.
But whether you did it or not,
I guess that's her giving me permission to leave the next night.
did you leave the next night?
Nope.
Right.
They
And
do.
What was your reply back?
You know damn well I can't do shit.
Why is that?
Because I'm the one that takes care of the children.
Okay. And look at the next one from October 1st at 1:40.
Like I said, it's not in order, but yeah.
Is that to Lilani from you?
Yep.
And what does it say?
That it'll be 3 a.m. before I see you and no beer.
3 a.m. drinking beer?
Yeah.
Was that unusual or uncommon?
Depending on the day. If I didn't have to work the next day, probably not.
And this is later.
Do you want me to read this one?
October 1st at 2:19. Yes, sir.
But want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this and lie and don't respond.
And that has to do with withholding sexual attention, correct? I assume that's what it means.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, you tell me. I'm assuming that's what you mean. You want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this. What does that mean?
Anything intimate.
Right. So,
Anything intimate, not just sexual, anything.
so that was withholding affection, correct? That's what you're threatening there.
That's what I'm threatening. I
what it
wasn't
sounds like.
threatening.
Okay.
That was me saying she wants that, but how am I supposed to do that when she does this?
Let's look at the next one from October 2nd. You may remember this, you may not remember this. But
I don't know what this is.
All right. And you see the picture there?
Vaguely.
All right. We'll go to the next one then. See if that helps.
I guess it's a haircut.
Were y'all talking about getting Quinton's haircut?
Hold on, Trixie.
It wasn't my choice.
I got you, boo.
Well, that's what at least Alani was. That's from her to you, correct?
Yeah, I guess she was thinking about getting Quinton's haircut.
And that was on October 2nd, correct?
Uh-huh.
All right, let's look at October 2nd, that evening at 8:43.
Yes, sir. Sorry, my fault. I'm so sorry.
October 2nd at 8:43. That was from you to Lalani, correct?
Here's the link if you want to join
Should have
again.
gotten Zane to chill or left me something before you tell me to fucking chill.
Left you what?
Some drugs,
Okay. And what was Zane doing that night?
being high energy,
Wouldn't listen? Basically being a kid.
if that's how you want to put it. Yes, sir.
All right.
I mean, it's crazy to think about it. Like, it used to cost.
Welcome back. Yeah.
8:56.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna play this again.
You sent another text message to Lalani?
I want to know why I don't understand the context. I want to know why I wish I did, because I didn't get any when I even begged. I don't know.
Maybe. You don't understand. You don't know what that's about.
No, I don't know the context.
All right. Let's look at the next one then and see if that helps put it in context.
It doesn't, but I want to tell me why it looks like you touched my bag from her to me.
Okay. And
Also incorrect.
so that, but put it in context, that may have been about drugs, correct?
Could have been, possibly.
All right. And let's go to October 3rd. This is the evening of October 3rd. I think this is the day before the wisdom tooth, if I'm not mistaken. This is 11:34 p.m. and it's from Lalani to you. And what does she say to you?
This is backwards, so it's kind of hard to get everything in context. And some of it's not even in order.
Well, that's fine. You can put it in order. But
I don't have time. It says, so I've kind of been waiting for you at the same time, which is why I asked what you were doing. I do not know what that's referring to.
All right, well, that's fine. Let's go to the next one then. It's just an okay, right?
Yep. Just me saying okay.
And what's the next one?
Her saying, oh, I guess she was outside, sitting on the front porch.
All right.
So I thought you said you was going to hit that line and come smoke the city.
If I hit that line, what does she mean by that?
What she had left on the dresser for me.
For you to do.
Yep.
And by do, I mean cocaine, correct?
Drugs, absolutely.
And this was about 11:30 at night, give or take.
11:33, 47.
And let's look at the next one from her to you.
11:33, 32.
Yep.
Just put out my blunt and lit a cig.
All right. And the next one, 11. This one's kind of out of order.
I said, are you coming? As in, are you coming to bed?
Yeah.
At 11:32, 19.
And let's go on to October 4th, which we kind of have a little bit about this already. There's one from October 4th at 10:41.
10:41, 37. She said, I'm about to turn on 204.
And the next one,
I said at 10:44, 24. Thank you for the little bit left. So sweet, no lie.
and what little bit left were you referring to?
Whatever she left me on the dresser.
Drugs.
Yep.
All right. So at least at that point in time, on the night of October 4th, you were at home with the children under the influence while she's out getting more drugs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, did you ever tell them this?
Yes.
When?
I mean, they were both doing drugs. At the end of the day, they were both doing drugs. They were both under the influence. And even under the influence, he was still taking care of the kids, cooking dinner, putting them to bed, and taking them to the babysitter. I mean, I understand the defense strategy, but it's questionable at best.
Uh, the interview?
Okay.
Initial interview?
All right. Well, let's go
It was a
ahead.
very long period of time, so I'm pretty sure I told him everything I knew
All right. That being said,
or could remember.
you were doing cocaine at least at 11 o'clock at night on October 4th. And
10:45.
10:45.
And I
10:45,
probably did that and then fell asleep,
because cocaine makes you sleepy.
as we've stated.
Okay. And you were drinking as well.
Probably the last year I had left.
But when you went to sleep, Quinton was fine, Zane was fine, and Scott was fine, correct?
Yes, sir. At around 10:45, 11 o'clock.
So do you know what time Leilani got back that night?
Nope.
Do you remember telling the police that you were awake when she got in?
Probably initially.
Okay. But you changed your story, didn't you?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay. Well, if
I stated based on memory and what I was recalling at the time.
well, if you say A is true and it turns out that B is true, they both can't be true, can they?
Depending.
Well, either you saw her and you were awake, or you were asleep when she got in.
Yeah, very true.
Now, you got up at 3 a.m. to feed Sky, like you always did, you said,
Probably initially, that's probably what I said.
and you told them Quinton was fine, Zane was fine, and Sky was fine, correct?
Initially, I believe so.
And you also said you, of your own accord, called the babysitter and said the kids were staying home.
I texted her at 5:20 and
Sorry.
said the kids will be with her.
Excuse me, texted and said the kids were going to stay home with Leilani, right?
Yes.
Did you discuss this with Leilani?
She wouldn't wake up. But that was something that I've done in the past, because if she wasn't going to get up and go to work and I was going to go to work, and why am I paying for the babysitter?
So for you,
We
you were
talked about that
a little bit angry she
yesterday.
wouldn't wake up and go to work, right?
No, not really. I was just going to get my job done.
Mr. Young, can I have a few?
I may sound irritated at the moment, but no.
All right. Now let's talk about Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Okay.
Buckhalter Road, you have 3 different trash cans out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the one that collects those trash cans and takes them to the Azalea Mobile Home Park to dump. That was your testimony to Mr. Dean?
Yeah, for the most part I was, until
Okay.
Paul got there, and Paul was the one that had the keys to the truck, so Paul likes to take the trash out.
Well, I'm curious. Do they have trash collection out there?
We didn't, at that residence, I don't know. That wasn't my house.
Well, it just seems a very odd thing that,
That's what I was told to do.
okay. Well, who told you to do that?
I
No.
don't remember exactly, but that's just one of the things that happened. I don't understand.
Sorry, love.
This is where
Sorry,
they're
love.
going to try to paint it. No, this is where they're going to try to paint it like he threw the trash out and Quinton was in it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's
No
where they're
fucking-
getting at with the trash.
Oh my God. Okay.
And it's just like, no, because he will even state that whatever the type of car that was, I can't even think of it. He was like, they always drove the truck, not, for dumping the trash, not, he didn't drive the car
Yeah.
to dump the trash, because that's what was seen going to, that dumpster was
Yeah.
the car.
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Shit. Yeah. This is going to be interesting. Thank you.
So Paul, either you or Paul were the ones that took the trash off.
Yes.
Okay.
In the Silverado,
Right.
never in the Dodge Journey.
You're absolutely correct. In the Silverado. But you don't know whether or not there was garbage collection on Buckhalter Road or when they collected garbage?
I don't believe they paid for that service. I think it's something you have to pay for. I'm not 100% sure.
Do you know if the service is offered?
No, I don't.
Well, have you ever seen garbage trucks up and down the road?
It
So it's
wasn't my
okay if you
house.
don't. Yeah, it's okay if you don't. But I mean,
No, it wasn't my house.
okay. You didn't pay attention to it, is what you're saying.
No, I just did what I was instructed.
Now, but you did agree to have the hotel room wired for 3 days, correct?
Yeah,
And
and my cell phone.
when did you leave Savannah after this?
I believe it was the day that I signed the paper for my cell phone to be tapped.
You left Savannah that day?
I believe so.
And that's when you moved away from Savannah?
I went and stayed in Atlanta for a weekend, and then I moved back with my parents.
So whatever day is on that particular item, that was the day you left Savannah?
I believe so. If not, it was the next day.
Do you have custody of Sky?
No, I wasn't even legitimized.
I'm trying to
And I
listen.
was
I got a
threatened
child
multiple
that just
times
got sick, so
that
I'm
my daughter
listening
would be
and I'm
taken away
here,
from
but
me
I'm
by
going to be in and
Layla.
out for a second.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have custody of Sky now?
No, I don't.
Who does?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's
What is the
wrong?
relevance?
What's wrong? That's all the questions I got.
In just a moment, Mr. Dean may have some further questions for you.
Sorry.
I do have some refresh, Your Honor, but I need a break.
Okay.
So I suspect that's good.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a good time to take a break. Let's take a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10:02. Let's be back about 10:20. We're in recess.
Okay. I hope I didn't miss where they were doing that, where they were trying to paint it like he took the trash out with Quinton in it. But even if he, let's say for some reason that he did, does that mean that he did it? Like, I don't quite understand the defense there. Is that me?
Exactly. Wouldn't
Oh.
it just, I mean, you dump trash, you dump trash. Who, it's, oh, this guy is just really getting to me.
Yeah, I could definitely understand. Yeah. And I mean, even if, like I said, even if he did unknowingly dump the body, I mean, that again doesn't prove that he did anything or knew about anything, even if they painted it like he did, in my opinion. Yeah, she's okay. It's my oldest one. She got sick. I gotta clean it up, and I'm gonna make sure she's not running a fever real quick. But we're getting her cleaned up real quick. So I'm in and out for a second.
You just take care of that baby, honey.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get her set up.
Okay, Mr. Youngkin, please take your seat once again in the witness stand. All right, Mr. Youngkin, you understand that you remain under oath?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring out the jurors.
Okay, just to let y'all know, she's fine. She's lactose intolerant, and she just told me she ate eggs and drank milk. So that's what it was. She's perfectly fine. Like, she's not running a fever. She's in there smiling right now, so she's good. But thank you for caring. I appreciate it. Sometimes she does that. I don't know. I get her the other milk, but sometimes she drinks regular milk because she likes it better, and she'll get sick. But she's good. Thank you guys so much for caring. And I'll let her know that you guys all said you hope that she was okay.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Yep. She's got the other milk. I don't know why she does that, but you know, kids. I stepped on the cord.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. And jurors, were you able to continue to comply with the court's instructions? Yes. All right, very well, thank you. Mr. Dean.
Danny, I think you were asked some questions on cross-examination about where you all kept cocaine.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me again where you kept it?
There was a dresser across from the bed that was like 4 feet tall, 5 feet tall.
Was there also a dresser next to the bed?
Yes, sir.
Which one was taller?
The one across from the bed.
And you're saying that's the one that y'all kept the cocaine in?
Yes, sir.
Why that dresser and not the other one?
Because it was taller and less. They couldn't reach it. The kids couldn't reach it.
I'd like to show you a picture and ask if you can just explain to us which piece of furniture you're talking about, okay?
Yes, sir.
This is image 44 from State's Exhibit 10. Are we seeing in this picture the piece of furniture that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Where in this piece of furniture or on this piece of furniture would you guys keep cocaine?
There's a shelf in there that's at the top, near the top, and then on top of it
And how do you open that piece of furniture?
with that door handle right there. Well, with that knob.
So you have to pull that knob to open it,
Yes, sir. And there's a shelf near that hinge, sort of at the bottom of it,
like right here,
like towards the bottom of it. Yeah.
towards the bottom of the top hinge.
Yeah, there should be a shelf in there.
Okay. Did you ever see Quinton open that piece of furniture?
No, never.
If he had, was he able to open it to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge. I believe it was taller than he could reach.
And had he been able to open the door, would he have been able to reach to the top shelf?
No.
And are you saying that that's specifically why you kept it up there to keep it away from the kids?
Yes, sir.
Was Quinton able to get out of his pack and play?
No, sir.
How much were y'all paying for cocaine at this time?
Quite a little bit, actually.
What do you mean by that?
20 to 40 a bag.
And how much is a bag? Like how much are we talking about in a bag?
0.3, 0.5, something like that.
0.3 or 0.5?
Put up a gram.
Okay, so less than a gram.
Eat
Yeah.
me
And
too.
how much money is that, you said?
So this is going to be the
$40 would
rebuttal.
be probably like a 0.5, maybe.
So
This is going to be where the prosecution is trying to basically like prove that the defense, like the questions were null and void, basically, to put it in, I guess, layman's terms.
did you consider cocaine to be expensive?
Yeah.
Were y'all in the habit of just leaving it lay around?
No.
Once you bought cocaine, would you be careful to take care of it and safeguard it?
Yeah. As much as possible.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about Defense Exhibit 1 that was shown to you, but I don't think was introduced into evidence. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Was Defense Exhibit 1 introduced into evidence formally?
Yes,
It was?
that's one. Or
That's
defense
defense
one.
exhibit.
Oh, no, it was not.
I've marked it, the copy that I was given, it states Exhibit 87. Danny, you've identified these as text messages that you sent to the defendant over a period of time.
Why do projects ship faster on Miro? Is it because it's the innovation workspace?
Okay, these are unskippable ads. Somebody got mad at me because there was an unskippable. Oh, sorry, I'm not playing it. There was an unskippable ad in the video. I was like, that's not me. That's YouTube. It happens to me too. Hold on just a minute. Here we go.
I introduced this in States 87.
I do too.
No, objection. I'm gonna wait till the detective.
I'm waiting for it.
Off market, if that's one, if that's okay. It states 87. I'm good with that. Jim.
Okay, that's fine.
Now, I've given that copy to the witness, and I'm going to grab a copy of the clerk's table so that I can follow along myself with that. Danny, what's the date and time of the message that you're looking at on the page that I've turned to?
October 1st, 2022, 1:34:29 a.m.
All right. And what did you say in this message?
I said, can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't ask me or tell me shit.
What did you mean by don't ask me or tell me shit?
Just, I was unaware of her whereabouts or that she left or what she was doing.
What did you mean by fuck around? Just can't come in.
Do whatever she wanted to do.
Did you know what she was doing?
No, I didn't ever ask.
And that was at 1:34 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Can you flip to the page in front of that? What's the time of this message?
Is this the one from her? Is that what you were saying? Or is it, wait, at 1:34 or 12:27?
Just go out there. How about that?
Yeah, sorry. This is the one we were at. So, are you talking about this one? Yeah, that one. Okay.
Now, I've flipped forward a couple pages. What is the
Okay, Trixie,
date
you're
and
good.
time of this message?
10/1/2022, 1:40:37 a.m.
That's like 5 minutes after the last one that we read.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, go back to it, please. All right. And what did you say here?
That it'll be 3 a.m. before I see you and no beer.
All right. Do you remember where, if anywhere, she had told you that she was going at this time?
No.
Did you know what she was doing?
No.
Did you have any suspicion as to what she was doing?
Yeah.
And what was that?
204. For however long she felt like staying there for.
All right. Can you turn to the next page? Yeah, the one in front of it. Okay. And this is what date and time?
10/1/2022, 2:19:08 a.m.
All right. So same morning, but like
40 minutes.
40 minutes later or something like that.
About 40 or 50, yeah.
40 or 50
Well, it's
minutes.
1:35, so 2:20, so 25, 20, 45 minutes.
Okay. Was she still gone at the time of this message?
Yes, sir.
And what did you say to her?
But want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this and lie and don't respond?
And you thought she was at 204.
Yeah.
Right. And that's where y'all would get drugs from.
Yes, sir.
I can take that back. How far was let me ask you this. When we say 204 and an arc right lane, are we talking about the same place?
Yes, sir.
The drug dealer?
I don't blame him. For her, she's gone all hours of the night, obviously going to meet another man to get drugs. And we know now that they were sleeping together. But I mean, that would be an issue in my book too. If my man was going, regardless, like let's say for whatever reason, we're both doing drugs and then he's going to meet a female drug dealer at all hours of the night and then wanting love when he came back, it would make me nervous too. I don't blame him for that. Just putting myself in that situation and trying to look at it from all perspectives.
Residents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long, if all you wanted to do was drive from 535 Buckalter, or all someone wanted to do, you, the defendant, whoever.
Uh-huh.
If all you wanted to do was drive from 535 Buckalter to 204, aka Arkwright Lane, and buy drugs and then come home, how long would that take?
A maximum of like 40 minutes.
Okay. Were there times, perhaps including the time period encompassed in these messages that we've just gone through, where the defendant would go to 204 / aka Arkwright Lane for longer than it would take to just buy drugs?
Yes, sir.
And is that kind of what you were complaining about in those messages?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Hilliard asked you about those messages or some messages like them. Were you upset that she wasn't home with the drugs yet? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
And you responded, no, I was just annoyed that she wasn't home yet, that she was still out.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, Your Honor. All right, I'd like to approach with what I marked as State's Exhibit 86, Your Honor.
Has 86 been entered into, has it been admitted into evidence?
No, Your Honor, that has not been offered yet.
All right, thank you.
I've handed the witness what I've marked as State's Exhibit 86. Sir, if you can look through that, take as long as you need, and then let me know when you're ready to talk about that document, okay?
Okay.
Do you recognize that, Danny?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what it is?
Text messages between me and Leilani.
And what is the start date of those messages?
10 o'clock, 10:04 p.m. on the 4th of October, 2022.
Okay, what's the end date and time?
11. My last text message was 11:01 p.m. Her last text message was 11:10 p.m. on the 4th of October, 2022.
Fair to say that these are your text messages from that night.
Yes, sir.
Does this fairly and accurately depict your text message communications that night?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's 87.
Okay, we did it.
And may I call it 86? Pardon.
86.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to start towards the bottom of page 4. And let me ask you this, can you see the screen from where you're at? Can you turn to the side, can you see it?
Yes, sir.
And can you read off of that screen all right? I don't know if it's one of those screens where if you're at an angle.
No, I can see it.
Okay. So from here on out, can we just work off the screen together, please?
Yeah.
I think that'd be easier.
Absolutely.
I like reading the text messages. I wanted to let you guys know that what we're gonna do is we're gonna use this weekend to get caught up in the trial because I was a day behind because Wednesday obviously I couldn't go live, and then Monday we'll try to stream it like live, and that way it'll be live and we can react to it live. Hopefully, as long as I have time to go through the whole trial, we'll at least do some of it every single day and try to react to it. Yeah, so I'm going to use this weekend to get caught up on everything. And then Monday, when they pick back up on the trial, we'll do it live.
Reading message here. Can you tell us the time of this?
6:06 p.m. 10/4/2022.
Okay, so this is the evening of October 4th.
Yes, sir.
But this would be some hours before she left on this 204 trip, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And the next message here, what does this one say?
I'm gonna run to 204, I guess, at 10:32:20 on the 4th of October, 2022.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that this message right here is basically like your first nighttime text message?
Yes, sir.
between you and her? I know it's not your text message.
Yes, sir.
Scrolling down, what time did you respond to that?
10:32:41, so 20 seconds later.
Okay. And what did you say?
Oh, ... okay. Space,
Now- Can I take from those two messages, well, the fact that she texts you, gonna run to 204, I guess. Can I take away from that she was already gone from the house at the time she sent that message to you?
Yeah, it was either that or she was sitting on the front porch.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
And your response, oh, okay. Why did you respond that way?
Because I was already laying down and ready to go to bed for the next morning to go to work at 6.
Were you surprised that she was
Yes.
all of a sudden going to 204 at this time of night?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Considering that we had work and that she had just gotten her tooth pulled earlier that day,
And
I just said, be safe, I guess.
that was how long after, oh, okay.
2 minutes and 8 seconds on the 4th of October, 2022.
Now, what time was the next message? And you can drop the seconds.
The next minute after, and she said, I will be, so she was responding, I'll be safe and I'll be quick, I promise.
And what did you say to that?
I hope so.
And that was like the same minute.
21 seconds left. Yes, sir.
And what did you say next?
3 minutes later, Paul showed up and is going to bed.
And can I presume that the defendant was still gone at this point?
Yes, sir.
What did she say to that?
Wow. Okay.
And then what did you say?
He said something about telling you he was on the way and then you leaving and him getting threatened to get ran over.
Can you just kind of explain to us what, it sounds like that's a reference to some.
Yeah, I think he had like an incident on the road on the way back to the house or something.
And then what's her next message to you?
At 10:41, she said, I'm about to turn onto 204. And I said, okay, at the same minute.
And what's the next message?
She said, no, he said in a little bit.
What is that a reference to?
I believe it's in reference to Paul. I'm honestly not 100% sure.
And then your next message, maybe that'll clarify.
That's what I said. Oh yeah, I remember. Sorry.
Can you first read the message and tell us what this particular part of the exchange means?
That's what I said. You said. He said. But he said something about it was something about no. It was I'm on the way or something.
Was there? Let me just ask you this: does this exchange refer to some sort of like miscommunication between the defendant and Paul about when exactly Paul was going to get home?
Yeah, that's what I'm gathering from it. Yes, sir.
And then at 10:44 at the top of page 7 of this document, what did you say?
Thank you for the little bit left. So sweet, no lie.
And what were you referring to here?
She left a little bit of Coke on the top of the dresser for me.
Was it in a bag or not in a bag or what?
I think it was a little line left out.
How much was it?
0.05 gram.
Was it the last? I'm going off of the text of the message here. Was it the last of what y'all had in the house at that point?
Yeah.
And did you use it?
Yes.
I think. Well, let me ask you this. Earlier, I think Mr. Hilliard may have asked you, were you drugging and drinking at that time? And I think you said no. Was that an intentional misrepresentation?
No, it was not.
Do you remember coming up to Savannah maybe a month or so ago and sitting down to talk to me in preparation for this trial?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember our going through all these messages together?
Yeah, I do now.
And do you remember my specifically asking you what that text message meant?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember freely admitting to me at that time?
Yes, I do.
Reference to a little bit of cocaine.
Yes, I do.
What's your next message here?
I just noticed it. Paul asked if soda was free to drink because of kids only on Hawaiian Punch. Sounds like I'm sleepily texting.
Why do you say that?
Because I barely understand what I'm saying.
Now, was this the point in the night where Paul was getting something to eat or drink in the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
And how did she respond to that?
Yeah, I just tell him not to be excessive with it.
And what did you say?
Gotcha.
Now, this next message, what time are we at here?
10:45.
And read to us what you say to her.
I love you. Please come back so we can crash together.
Number of R's on the end together there.
4.
What are you wanting to do at this point?
Go to sleep.
Do you know where you were in the house when you sent this message?
Laying in the bed.
What if anything was holding you back from going to sleep at this point?
Her being back.
Now, scrolling down to the top of page 8,
6 minutes later.
and what did you say to her?
Or not.
Had she responded to your last message about come back so we can crash together?
No.
So you say or not, and what did she say?
I love you.
And what did she say next?
And I'm about to be walking to the car.
And what time was that message sent?
10:51.
And your response?
1 minute later, I said, oh, okay.
And your next message?
I guess I'm gonna eat this food and stay up for a few. So I guess I was sleepy.
Do you know what food you were referring to?
I believe it was spaghetti.
What were you doing at this point in time?
Laying down in the bed and trying to lay on her.
As far as you were concerned, was the day pretty much over at this point?
Yes, sir.
And what was your next message and when?
10:56. I said, I don't want to be tired or you be tired either. Hey.
And that was how long after the last message where you said, I guess I'm going to try to stay up for a few minutes?
4 minutes.
You're still wanting to go to bed at this point?
Absolutely.
Just wanting her to come home so you can do that.
Yes, sir.
How did she respond to that?
I know, baby.
And what did you say?
I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up. And I wanted to watch a movie. Sad moment.
And what time did you send that message?
1 minute later, exactly.
How are you feeling at this point?
Sad and tired.
Did she respond to that message?
No.
What's the next message?
4 minutes later, I said, moi.
What does that mean? I don't mean to embarrass you. I just don't know.
A
who
kiss.
knows. All right. It's a text message representation of the kissing noise.
Yeah.
Okay. And when did you send that message?
4 minutes later.
What time of night?
11:01.
All right. 11:01 p.m. on 4.
Yes, sir.
Did she respond to that message immediately?
No, it was 9 minutes later.
And what did she say?
The same thing.
Is that the last text message you sent to anybody that night?
Yeah, I believe.
All right. And at the time that you sent this message at 11:01 and didn't get a response, what were you doing?
I believe I went to sleep.
Okay. So if there has been maybe some lack of clarity at times as to whether you were
Awake or asleep.
or going to sleep when she gets home from 2:04, could that be because you're sort of in the process of going to bed at that point?
Yes, sir. And based on my text messages and spelling, I can see that as well. And my lack of remembering correctly.
You mentioned that this was not a one-time thing where she would kind of go out and be gone and you don't know exactly what she's doing.
Yes, sir.
Is this sort of normal type of text messages for you to send to her during that time?
I'm sorry I'm not talking much. There's just not much to say about this. It just seems like normal boyfriend, girlfriend text messages at the moment. I might speed it up just a little bit more and see if we can deal with that. So I might put it on 1.5. It's on 1.25 right now. Because I want to get through it. I've still got some things to do today. And I want us to get through this one so that we can do this weekend, and then Monday start new.
Time frame.
Yes, sir.
Does anything in these text messages suggest that anything abnormal had happened in the house at this point?
No.
Now, going back to the morning of October 4th, before these messages, so let's go back to the dentist, okay?
Yes, sir.
Well, actually, let's go to work.
Is that
before
too
that.
fast for y'all?
Right.
Let
Yes,
me
sir.
know. It is kind of fast.
The two of you
So let
drive
me know
work
if
together
it's too
in the morning?
fast.
Yes, sir.
And I think you've talked about how you clocked out early to go to the dentist.
Yeah, to take her.
Did the two of you drive together in a journey to the dentist?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who was driving?
Me.
And then while she was at the dentist, you testified that you went to the liquor store.
Yes, sir.
And did you then come back to the dentist?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went to the liquor store from the dentist, did you walk or did you drive in the journey?
I drove in the journey.
And when you came back to the dentist, did you therefore drive back in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you said from the dentist's office, you guys went to Cheddar's.
Yeah, yes, sir. I believe it was in the same area.
Did you drive to Cheddar's in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And then if you testified from
Thank you,
Cheddar's,
Trixie,
drove
for that.
back home, right?
With HoneyBook, you can make sure your marketing business.
So Trixie pointed out that those text messages are showing where she's having relations with the drug dealer. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
Okay. In any case, there was more driving in the journey that day.
Yes, sir.
And then at some point you're home.
Yes.
Okay. At any point that day, driving that car around, did you smell anything in the car?
No.
Let me know again
Smell
if
any old
it's too
food?
fast.
No.
Smell anything that caused you to go looking around the car and see what that smell is?
No, sir.
One moment, please.
Trixie, I don't know if I booted you. I might have. I don't know. If I did, I'm sorry. I'm going to put the StreamYard link back up. Trixie, if you hear me, I'm sorry. I don't know if I booted you or what happened, but I put the link back up for you.
So I'm showing you image 33 of State's Exhibit 10. This has been identified by other witnesses as apparent vomit on Quinton's pillowcase. That's photographed by the police on
Did y'all notice him look away?
October 5th.
Hold on.
Have you now gotten a look at that?
I think I might have to slow it back down to 1.2 because it is a little fast. I don't want to be too fast. Let me scoot that back just a little bit. So we're at 22:10. Let's go to 21, 28. Watch him look away because it's showing me that, he sees it and he's just disgusted with what he's looking at in the picture. And the picture is of Quinton's pack and play with the vomit on the pillow. And he's just disgusted by it and it upsets him. So he looks away. So let's watch that again real quick. It's on 1.25 now. That was a little fast at 1.5. Okay, sweetheart, I got the link. I'm going to drop it for you again.
So I'm showing you image 33.
Watch him
of State's
look and
Exhibit
then look
10.
away. Did you see it?
This has been identified by other witnesses as apparent vomit on Quinton's pillowcase. That's photographed by the police on October 5th. Have you now gotten a look at that?
Yes, sir.
You see how it upsets him and he's disgusted because he really cared for him.
Do you remember ever seeing that?
No, sir.
If the call to the police was morning of Wednesday, October 5th, right?
Yes, sir.
If that had been there Monday night, an all-day Tuesday, do you think you would have seen it at some point or been aware of it?
Yes, sir.
So do you think we can conclude from that then that it
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. Can't conclude anything. Testify what he saw or heard.
Mr. Dean,
first, may I ask that we not have speaking objections? And second, I will withdraw the question.
yes.
Do you have any recollection of an incident involving an accidental explosion of a package of rice cereal in the back of the Dodge Journey?
No.
And that's a car you drove pretty much every day.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Clear.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Youngkin, it's your testimony that you slept in that room the entire evening of October 4th until the early morning hours of October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
The same room that Quinton, Zane, and Sky were in, correct?
It's two rooms together, but
Are there any walls that divide it?
no.
It's wide open, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you saw the kids okay, and you told them you saw the kids okay when you left at 5:30 that morning, correct?
I was mistaken.
Well, you're mistaken now, but you weren't then. The first time you spoke was on October 5th, wasn't it, Mr. Youngkin?
Objection, Your Honor.
I was mistaken then.
Mr. Youngkin, just a moment. Your objection?
Two objections. One, asked and answered previously. Two, beyond the scope of recross examination.
I'm going to allow Mr. Hilliard to ask those questions.
I don't want to. That's just not that big of a deal. Mr. Youngkin, you testified on redirect a minute ago that you were a responsible cocaine addict and you only put the cocaine on top of the testifier.
I didn't say I was responsible.
Okay. Well, you put it in a place that only the kids couldn't get it. Well, let me ask you this. You also testified a few minutes later, didn't you, that you couldn't read your own text messages because you weren't making sense. You were either tired or intoxicated, correct? Yes or no?
I was tired.
Well, that's your explanation, but you're also intoxicated. You admitted to doing cocaine and alcohol that evening, correct?
That's a matter of opinion.
I mean, in my opinion, though, he is being, if you're going to be doing that, which nobody should with kids, but you are being more responsible by putting it up on the dresser that's up off the ground where the kids can't get it. If you think about maybe, you know, I'm sure everybody's been at a party where it might have been put out. Usually people put it on the coffee table. And imagine doing that with kids around. Like, in my opinion, they were being responsible by putting it up where the kids couldn't reach it. And sometimes he was sleepy. This is my
asked
opinion.
whether or not you saw this pillow, right? Mr. Dean just asked you about that.
He asked me if I had seen it prior to the 5th. Yes.
Right. Let me ask you this. At any point in time on October 5th, did you ever speak to anyone about an overwhelming smell of vomit emanating from the crib?
No.
Did you smell vomit?
No.
Were you sleeping in that room all night?
Yes.
And you woke up, correct? Got ready for work and left that morning, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever mention that you smelled vomit?
No, I was asleep.
All question answered.
All right, Mr. Dean, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Young.
So if there was vomit in the room, and like if you live in a house, you get used to the way that house smells. Sometimes people who have a lot of pets and they don't clean up after their pets, sometimes the house will stink, but not the person living in the house doesn't necessarily smell it. But, you know, we coming from the outside, you walk in that person's house and you're like, oh my God, it smells like dog pee. It's awful. It's so strong. But the person living there doesn't smell it. So what I'm basically saying is, like, if there's a smell in the room or in the house and you're used to it, you're not necessarily going to smell it overwhelmingly like the cops did when they walked in my opinion.
Youngkin, you are excused, sir. Is there any reason to retain this witness? Let me ask that. Under subpoena.
Can I have one moment on that question, Your Honor?
And notice he just flipped the paper over. Oh, y'all don't watch this. This is sad. I cry. Oh God. Thank you. Oh, I can't stand people hurting animals. Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Sorry about that. Did you see him flip the paper over? Because he
Mr.
just
Youngkin,
couldn't
you're
look at the
excused.
evidence. It bothers him so much because he cared about the kids, in my opinion.
All right, Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness.
Y'all see
David
her
Mullins.
smile and she's just like, what we doing next? Let's keep it moving. Please give this video a thumbs up. Yes, thank you, Jenny. If you're watching it on replay, please consider giving us a thumbs up and subscribing to the Speculating family.
David Mullins. He's on his way. All right.
Hi, love. I was going to skip this David Mullins warehouse manager. Yeah, I'm not real worried about that.
No, honestly, the brother, the babysitter's daughter, and the friend are like, wow.
Okay.
So,
So I think I met their friend now, Missy. Is that who you're talking about?
if it's the Friend, yes, I believe so. No,
Okay.
no, I'm talking about there was one that knew her prior to her ever having any kids.
Okay. Okay. So the Missy is the Origel girl. She doesn't give us really anything important.
Honestly, I don't really remember too much about her testimony part.
Okay, so
I
we'll
might
watch
have
it.
been, yeah, I might have been busy with Bubba.
Okay. I know how that is. All right, so we'll watch it real quick and then we'll try to listen to just the important parts.
All right, good morning. Mr. Dean.
Hello, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Melissa Gray.
And do you live in the Savannah area?
Yes,
Where do you live? Not the street address, but the general area.
off of Highway 17, Ogeechee Road in Azalea.
I'm gonna ask you, I can hear you, but I'm not sure that everybody can.
Okay.
So could you just, closer to the microphone, be good.
Is that good?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's much better, thank you. Can you repeat your answer to that last question? What general area do you live in?
Highway 17.
And you mentioned Ogeechee Road,
Yes, Ogeechee Road,
and then I think you said Azalea as well.
Azalea Trail Park.
Now, how long have you lived there for?
I have lived there for about 4, maybe going on 5 years.
And in those 4, maybe going on 5 years, have you lived in the same residence at Azalea the whole time?
Yes,
Do you, or at some point, did you know the defendant, Miss Simon?
I met her at my job,
And what job was that?
at the job that I used to have, which was Bojangles.
Was she working there as well?
Yes,
And is that how you met her?
yes.
Roughly, how long did y'all work together at the same Bojangles?
Probably around 3 or 4 months, if that.
And do you have any nicknames that you go by?
Yep.
What nickname or nicknames do you have?
Missy,
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 Missy.
exactly.
Anybody ever call you Misty with a T?
No.
Do you remember a time where an FBI agent came out to your house at Azalea to talk to you about when was the last time you had contact with the defendant?
Yes,
Do you remember that FBI agent's name?
yes.
What was his or her name?
Brad Snyder,
Okay. And where did y'all meet and talk?
he came to my house,
All right. Where at your house did y'all interact?
in my parking lot, in the driveway.
Okay. I want you to go back, kind of take yourself back mentally to the day of that conversation, the first conversation you had with Brad, okay?
Mhm.
At that time, how long had it been, roughly, since you had seen the defendant, Ms. Simon?
How long had it been since I talked to him the first time in my driveway or at my job, Bojangles at the time?
I mean, where was the first time that you talked?
The first time I met
Brad?
him, and I think Miss Lemons was at my job,
Okay.
Bojangles.
The first time that you talked to them, and thank you for clarifying that.
Mhm.
The first time that you talked to them, did they ask you how long it had been or when the last time had been that you saw the defendant?
I think so.
And at that time, about how long had it been since you had last seen her?
I'm guessing roughly around maybe a month or so. Roughly,
It had maybe been roughly a month.
yeah.
Do you remember telling them it had been like July of 2022 that you last saw her?
Yes,
Okay. And were you telling them the truth at that time? Was that accurate?
yes.
Okay. And that was closer in time than we are now, right?
Right.
Okay. What were the circumstances of your last contact with the defendant? First of all, was the time that you were telling them about then, is that the last time you ever had contact with her? I mean, in other words, have you had any contact with her since the police began talking to you?
No.
Okay. So then that was the last time you had any contact with her?
Yes.
All right. Now, what were the circumstances of that last contact with the defendant? Why did you all have contact with each other?
Because she came to my house around 12 midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, asking if we had any money, me and my husband, for gas, because her vehicle stalled on that back road behind me. I can't remember the name of the road right now. And we didn't have any money, but I was going to go to my stepfather's and, not my stepfather's, my father-in-law, and ask for one of his gas cans to see if he had gas in it. And if he didn't, if we could take it up to the Inmark to put.
I don't know about y'all, but if somebody comes to my house at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning asking for gas, it's going to throw up some red flags for me because I'm going to be in bed. If you wake me up asking for gas, I'm probably not going to be real nice to you. That's just me.
Put gas in it.
And right now you're describing something that occurred in like July of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. So what happened with the gas can?
We got the gas can from our property manager's yard because we had called her to ask her instead. And she said, yes, there should be one right there in the yard. Went and got it. And me,
Good morning,
Leilani,
Overprotected. This
and my
is
husband
Quinton
walked up
Simon.
to Inmark.
I had
Go
talked
get gas.
about Elijah before
what
we
happened
did
to the
this.
gas can?
There's an update in that case.
Of course,
Christina
when
and
we
Jesse
got
got
there,
new
she
charges.
said that someone was coming to get her
Good to see you,
to take
Overprotected.
her back to put gas in her vehicle that was on that road. So me and my husband, we left. Okay.
Wow,
And I
people
told
up
her
at
that I
12
needed
or
the
1
gas
o'clock
can
in the
back.
morning. I'm just wondering.
Sometime after that, did you send her some text messages asking for the gas can back?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a
You're fine,
response to those text
Overprotected.
messages?
I did not get a response at all. And so actually, no, I did not get a response at all.
Okay, so let me just ask you so that was that
We love you
those
too.
text
We love
messages to
everybody
the
here at the
defendant asking to
Speculating
get
family.
the gas can back. Did you ever have any in-person contact with her after that?
No.
Okay, and again, this all happened in like July of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to approach with what I've marked as, well, let me ask you this. Did you show those text messages to Brad, the FBI agent?
Yes, I did.
Okay, he got a look at them?
Yes, he did.
And did they support what you were saying?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 35.
The way Trump is talking about cutting.
Sorry, guys. This is probably one of those. Yeah, it's not going to let me skip. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some people, I guess, could work third shift, but I don't understand why all these people are up at like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not. That's just me.
Heck no, I got kids, man. I ain't staying up.
Right. I have to get up with the kids. We got to do school. We got to do, yeah, I'm not,
At 9 o'clock, my butt wants to be in the bed. 9 o'clock.
Yep. I put the kids to bed at 9 and I'm usually in the bed by 10 because I clean up the kitchen and make sure everything's good, get the coffee pot ready for my husband in the morning. And I get up with him at 4:30. So yeah, I'm in bed.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that a Google Maps screenshot showing the route to get to your residence, the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, it is.
Does it fairly represent the route that you have to take to get to your place?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 35.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Parse. It is admitted without objection.
All right. Do you see that main road at the top there that I'm highlighting with the little arrow?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Ogeechee Road?
They like you to say yes or no.
Oh,
The
yes.
reporter's taking everything down.
Yes.
And that red arrow coming off of Ogeechee Road, does that reflect the turn that you make to get into Azalea?
Yes.
Okay, and is that right next to the Chevron?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, the second arrow here, does this represent a right turn that you have to make to get to your house?
Yes, it does.
Do you live on a dead end?
Yes, I do.
Is that lower red arrow showing that right turn there, does that take you onto your dead end?
The lower red arrow? Yes.
This arrow here?
Mhm.
All right, so that's a right turn, takes you onto the dead end street that you live on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other way to get to your house by car?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Was there ever a time where she came and met up with you in the middle of the night to get Orajel from you?
No.
No? Saying that never happened?
I'm saying it never happened.
No further questions.
There goes your alibi.
Good morning, Ms. Bray.
Good morning.
I want to walk up and look at that map, if you would. As I understand it, this is Okeechee Road.
Right.
And this is I guess that's a left turn. And the second arrow goes down there. Where is your residence in this area?
I am.
My
Do
Trixie's
you mind
gone.
showing
If
me up
anybody
there
wants
so
to
we can
join,
see?
there's the link.
Be probably somewhere either this or up underneath these trees.
Okay,
Thank you, Jenny.
And is that a Chevron station that you mentioned?
Yes.
That, for the record, is that? Looks like a big square to me.
Yes.
And you live in the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about knowing Leilani Simon. Do you know Daniel Youngkin?
No, I do not.
Have you ever hung out with Leilani Simon socially?
No, I have not.
Now, it's now October 2024. And the events that are important to hear are October 2022. How clearly do you remember what happened back in October 2022 in your life?
Clearly, as in, what do you mean?
Well, who you saw, where you went, dates and times and things like that.
I am not that good with dates and times,
I'm not either.
but events, certain events, just like anybody else, certain events stand out. Considering the fact that I had to send her text message after text message because the gas can was that of my property managers, and I didn't want to get in trouble.
Mhm.
That is going to be something that I remember.
I think those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you may step down and you are excused.
All right, so I'm going to see who's next.
Okay.
I don't know who OJP is.
Mr. Dean, is your other witness ready?
Hey, Your Honor, this is going to be a longer witness. I would ask that we take our break now. Of course, okay with that?
Okay, as we discussed. This is going to be at the time that we take the lunch break, ladies.
Okay, so we're going
Thank you. Doctor, thank you.
to Paul Simon, Leilani's brother. We skipped through a pediatrician and a general practitioner. If you guys want to go back and watch that after the live, that was all I skipped. I don't feel like it's pertinent to the what we want to talk about. Trixie was saying Paul and the other friend. So we're going to go ahead and skip to Paul, Leilani's brother. This is going to give us some insight to her as a person because, they've grown up together, I would think. And he knows her probably better than most. I know my kid, they're the sibling, all of my siblings and stuff, my siblings and my kids' siblings, they're like, know them better than anybody.
Oh, you're excused.
I call them thick as thieves.
Okay, state may call its next witness.
Paul Simon.
Right hand, please. The evidence shall hear the court and jury of the trial petition to give truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So, step this way.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing today?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing good. How about you?
Doing pretty well. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Paul Simon.
And you are the defendant's brother?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you mind if I call you Paul?
No, sir. Go ahead.
If you prefer, Mr. Simon, let me know.
No, you
how
can call
to
it
do it.
Paul.
Okay. How old are you, Paul?
23.
And what is your city and state of residence? Where do you live now?
I live in Eden, Georgia.
Do you work?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I do construction and I'm a manager at AutoZone.
Did you grow up in the area?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to high school?
New Hampstead.
I want to draw your attention to fall of 2022.
Mm.
Do you remember the general time period I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were you living in the fall of 2022?
535 Buckholder Road.
And whose house is that?
My mother's.
Okay. And where were you staying in that house during that time period?
Upstairs and towards the back side of the house.
When did you started living there?
3 to 4 months prior.
Prior to what?
Prior to the incident.
Okay. Now, where did you live before that?
With my aunt,
Okay. What's her name?
Jackie.
Okay. So you lived with your Aunt Jackie and then you moved back in with Mom at some point?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in that time period?
Yes, sir. I was working at a warehouse. I can't remember the name. It was Eclipse, I believe.
Okay. Was it the same place that your sister and Danny worked?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about a normal day there. What did you do?
We loaded packages up onto trailers and moved them around the warehouse into different trailers all day.
I wonder who requested that he be brought in, if it was the defense or the prosecution.
Just stacking them and wrapping them and sending them off.
Now, when you moved into your mom's house a couple months before what you described as the incident, were your sister and Danny and the 3 kids already living there?
Yes, sir.
Had Sky already been born at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me what was it like living there with everybody in the house?
Well, pretty much every day, from what I heard and saw, it was just arguing every day. I mean, not between the kids or nothing like that, but it was between Leilani and Danny.
Okay. What about your mom?
Whenever my mom was there, they did argue quite a good bit.
And who's that?
Leilani and my mom.
Okay. Let's go to the morning of.
I could definitely
Well, let me ask you
do
this.
that.
Tell me about the kids, the 3 kids, Zane, Quinton, and Sky.
She seems like she'd be really hard to get along with or live with. She really does. I wonder how she's doing in jail.
Zane, hyper, want to be in everybody's business. But I mean, that's average for
Oh,
his
really?
age, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
And then Quentin, he was an angel. Like, you could change his diaper. He'd lift his butt right up for you. No problem at all with it. You put the diaper, you tell him to lower his butt. He'd lower it, let you clean him all up. No problem at all. Zane, that boy had crap all up his head one time, and I made me clean it in the back of the car. Man, that was a whole. I don't know how I managed that one.
Can I ask you this? Did you participate in the child care at all during your time living in the house?
Kinda. It was on and off. It was whenever they needed me.
Yeah. Tell us about your interactions with kids.
So a few times I had to take them to doctor's appointments, which wasn't a problem because people was at work, and I happened to have the day off or whatever, So I take them to the doctor's appointment because I didn't have to be at work till 2. And then I drop them off at the babysitter.
I agree.
And then whenever the Lonnie would need me to watch them, I'd watch them upstairs. I'd bring some toys upstairs in my room and let them play with it. Tell them, hey, that's your area. Don't mess with none of my stuff.
Tell me about watching them upstairs in your room.
They just sit there, play with the toys, want a whole lot of snacks. And of course, I wouldn't give them snacks right away. You ain't about to be all hyped up on me.
Does this include Sky, or are you talking mainly about Zane and Quinton?
Zane and Quinton, I didn't actually watch Sky. She was still, relatively young, like 3 or 4 months old, somewhere around there. So I didn't actually watch Sky, but I watched Zane and Quinton quite a bit whenever they needed me to.
Did you ever help them, and maybe not because of the shift you work, but did you ever help them getting them dressed in the morning, getting them fed, getting them bathed and put down at night or anything like that?
I bathed them once or twice when I was there. And as far as feeding, I would help with that, but it was more so when I was there, because I was working from 2 to 10. So they usually eat between 6 and 9 at night, give or take those time periods.
And you started saying some nice things about Quinton earlier, and I did not follow up, and I guess I'll do that now. What was your relationship like with Quinton?
Well, he loved me. I mean, he'd come up to me, he'd put his arms over my knees, and I'd just sit there and bounce him for a good hour or 2 till my legs got tired. He weighed a good 20, 30 pounds. But, I mean, I loved him. I mean, I tell him to shut up. But, I mean, that was about as mean as it got towards him with me, you know what I mean? Kids don't.
I like hearing the like him talking good about the kids for the most part, and in the memories he has of them.
I want to stop talking.
What did
like
your,
what we did.
during the time period that you
My
were working at Eclipse and working the 2 p.m. shifts that you've mentioned, what did a normal day look like for you? Not talking about any particular day, but just kind of give us an example.
I'd get up in the morning between 9, 10 o'clock-ish, usually, and then watch some TV, get up, take my dog out, let him use the bathroom, bring him back in the room, continue watching some TV, and then get ready and go to work. I mean, it was just, either TV or playing a video game.
What about after work?
After work, I'd get off, just like I said at the police station. I'd get off, roll me a blunt, and go on about my day.
Tell me about the blunt rolling and going on about your day.
I'd sit there in the parking lot because I wasn't going to try to drive and roll at the same time, you know what I mean? So I'd sit there in the parking lot, roll. Then as I was driving down the road, I would light it up and smoke on the way home because my mom had a strict rule of no smoking in the car. So you'd have to roll down the windows to be able to smoke in the car.
What car were you driving around the time of the incident?
The 2012 Silverado.
Okay. What color is that?
White.
Okay. And is that the truck that was parked next to the Dodge Journey when the police arrived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me what you would do when you get home.
I'd get home, I'd go upstairs,
thank you. I
let
need
the dog
new
out,
ones.
then probably smoke again, and then go to bed. Watch a little bit of TV if I had enough time, and then go to bed.
Tell us about the dog. When did you get the dog?
I got the dog when I was still working at FedEx in 2019. He passed away January 1st this year from advanced heartworm disease.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yep. And but he was my pride and joy. I love that little fool.
You said what now?
He was a little fool. He was a little retard. That's what he was.
Oh my goodness.
What was the dog's name?
Rimshot.
Rimshot?
Mm.
Are you a drummer?
I'm not, but that's a name from Ernest. Have you ever seen any of the Ernest movies?
Like Ernest Saves Christmas?
Ernest Saves Christmas, Ernest Goes to Jail, Ernest Saves Halloween.
And there's a character named Rimshot in this?
My daddy used to watch them movies with me. I love those movies. I played them for the kids. The Ernest movies, like Ernest Goes to Camp, Ernest Saves Christmas, all of those. Me and my daddy would sit and watch them. I loved them. I still love them. They're funny.
It's his dog.
And that's okay. So that's
He did, Posey.
Okay. I know you had told me before the dog was named Rimshot. I don't know why. Okay. Where did the dog stay when you were at work?
He would stay. Lonnie would watch him whenever she was home, or he would go outside and stay on the lead.
Okay. On the lead, can you tell me what you're talking about?
Long 25, 30-foot leash.
And what was that attached to?
A ground hook.
Okay. And where would he stay when you were home?
He would stay upstairs with me.
Is that where he slept?
Mm.
Okay. Let's talk about so we've talked about kind of your general typical day, right?
Mm.
Let's talk about the day before the police came to your house, okay? We'll talk about that day, October 4th, 20.
Did you sign it to remind you to respond with yes or no?
Yes, sir.
The court report's trying to take it all down.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right.
All right. The day before the police came to your house, did you work that day?
I did.
As far as you remember it, was it pretty much a normal day for you?
Yes, sir.
And is it not until the next morning that it became abnormal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about going to work. What time were you scheduled to work that day?
I was scheduled to go in at 2 p.m. I had went in early that day. I don't remember exactly what time I went in.
And do you remember why it was that you went in early?
Because Lonnie wasn't able to go in that day. And so Danny had texted her and asked if I could come in early, is what I believe was what happened.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 88.
More text
Can you
messages.
take a look at this? Just read it carefully, take a look at the phone numbers, and I'll ask you about it, okay?
That's what it looked like to me because I could see through the paper.
That's my old number. And that was Danny's number.
The document that I just handed you, is that the text message exchange between Danny Youngkin and you
Yes, sir.
from October 4th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the text messages that you exchanged?
Mhm.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's Exhibit 88.
No objection, Judge.
Is it minute?
Now, the first message on there is from who to whom?
The first message is from Danny to me.
And what was the time of that message?
10 in the morning. 10:15.
And what did Danny say to you?
He said, yo, Dave wanted to know if you go in at 12. I'm at the dentist with Lonnie. She just got her tooth pulled.
young Dave wanted to know if you would go in at 12.
Mhm.
Is that Dave Mullins?
Yes, sir. It was the GM that was running Eclipse.
Okay. Was he your boss, or at least one of your bosses?
He was one of them. He was the morning shift boss.
Okay. And did you respond to that message from Danny?
Yes, sir. I said I'd be in.
And what time did you send that message?
20 minutes after I received it.
So from there, did you go into work?
Yes, sir. I got there probably about 11:30.
And was it a normal day at work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell us about finishing up work and
Oh no,
and getting ready to come home.
Trixie. Tell him to
So
stop.
I had got out of work. I went and sat in the car, and that night I had got stopped by a train. So I ended up getting home at 10:50 instead of my normal time, which was 10:30.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And that night before I had left work, Alani had texted me and asked me if I had any relatives, which was blunt wraps, and I had responded to her and said yes, I'd be home in about an hour. And when I had got home at 10:50, I went in there to give her the pack of Rellos, and she wasn't there.
Okay. So you said that she texted you before you.
It was either a text or a phone call.
Okay. And asked you if you.
Would bring her a pack of Rellos, which was blunt wraps.
What is that word you're saying? I'm sorry.
Rellos.
Rellos?
Cigarillos.
Oh, okay. Cigarillos.
Yeah.
Is that what gar means?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cigar. Rello?
Yeah, cigar. Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit.
Lord have mercy. You better tell him to quit. He's going to speak it into existence.
Can you take a look at this document and let me know when you're ready to talk about it? Take a careful look at the numbers and the messages and so forth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Flip to the second page here, if you would.
My bad.
All right. Do you recognize those messages?
Yes, sir.
Are those messages between you and your sister on the night of October 4th?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the messages that you exchanged with each other?
Yes, sir. And around the same time, because at that time it took me about 30 minutes to roll, so I was sitting there in the parking lot for 30 minutes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 89. I don't know. I know you talked about your general practice of rolling a blunt in the parking lot after work. Would you smoke it there as well?
I would be driving on my way home smoking. Like
Okay.
I said, that night I got stopped by the train, so it took me an extra 20 minutes to get home.
Okay. So let me ask you, do you see this message here, this 9:46 p.m. message? All right. And is that one from your sister?
Yes, sir.
And what did she say to you?
Can you grab me a gar on your way home, please?
All right. So are you still at work at that point?
I was.
Okay. Had you clocked out yet?
No. I had my phone on me, but I wasn't supposed to, so.
Oh, okay. I see. The next message is from who to whom?
From Leilani to me. She was sending a question mark afterwards because she always forgets to send her question marks.
Okay, so we got, can you grab me a gar on your way home, please? At 9:46 with no question mark, and then she adds the question mark a few minutes later?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then I saw it right as I was clocking out.
All right, and you responded to that at what time?
Right before 10 o'clock.
Okay, and what did you say?
I got some minis in the car. I got minis, but.
All right, so we'll read the message just as it appears on the page, and then I'm going to ask you what you mean.
I got minis. I got some minis.
I got some minis. And what does that refer to?
Mini cigarillos.
Okay. And where were you at the time you sent that message? You said you just clocked out?
Just walking out the building.
Okay. And what's the next message?
She said, okay, you on the way? I said, in a minute.
And what time did you say in a minute?
At 10:03.
All right. And would you have been in the parking lot at that point, I guess?
Getting in the car.
Okay. And then what was the last message?
Okay.
And that was from her to you?
Yes, sir.
At 10:03 p.m. All right. So no more text messages between the two of you that night?
No, sir. My bad.
So that brings us to your getting home and her not being there, right? Tell us about your arrival at the house.
So I got home and I noticed that the Dodge Journey wasn't there.
Okay.
And so I went inside, I had the minis in my hand, and I had asked Danny, I said, where's Leilani at?
Where was it that you encountered Danny?
He was sitting on the bed right in front of the door going into the bedroom.
Okay, you sit on the bed in his bedroom, his and your sister's bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you've got the minis in your hand?
Yes, sir.
Because you were kind of agreement to your sister? And she's got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you see the children at this point?
I did. I don't remember exactly what they were doing, but I know that Quinton was awake. He was in his playpen, and Zane was laid down on his race car bed.
Did you have any air?
Oh,
how do you know
Lord,
Quentin was awake?
Trixie.
Tell me what you saw.
He was saying Danny. He was laying there, but he was saying Danny, just like that.
Is that something that he would do?
Yes.
Can you describe, like, was it just like normal kind of babbling from
My
a child?
husband's
or-
the same way. He
Would say Danny's
tell him
name
to stop.
repeatedly. I don't know if it was because it was easy for him to say, because it's only 2 syllables. Danny. You know what I mean? But that was one of the key words he said 95% of the time.
From your perspective, did Quentin seem to like Danny? Did they have a good relationship?
They had a decent one. I mean, Danny would get fed up with taking care of the kids all the time. But you signed up for it, brother. I mean, there's nothing else I can say to you. I can't sit here and say, don't be upset. You signed up for it.
So anyway, Quentin's laying, you said he's laying down in his bag and play?
He was laying down kind of more.
Okay, she's smiling. Yeah, he signed up to be a step parent. He knew she had kids, but not to take care of them all the time because her lazy ass wanted to do drugs and sleep, not even get her ass up and go to work or watch the kids. Like, to an extent, yeah, you signed up for it, but not to the extent that he was doing it.
More or less. He was still getting, like, so he does a lot of talking before he would go to sleep.
He didn't sign up to be a single parent with a girlfriend or 4 children because she acted like a child, very much so, in my opinion. I mean, he was basically taking care of 4 kids instead of 3 with help. You know what I mean?
So he'd just sit there and say Danny or throw a little tantrum and then pass out. Or it was one of the two. He didn't like being in a dark room.
Did anything seem to be out of the ordinary in that room at that time?
Not that I saw. I walked in there, told Quinton to shut up and go to bed, and went upstairs.
And did Danny seem to be acting abnormally?
He seemed a little agitated that he was having to watch the kids again.
Okay. Anything beyond that?
I mean, no more than his normal whining about having to do something he didn't want to do.
Now, how long did y'all interact with each other?
About 10 minutes in the bedroom before Leilani got home.
What was the nature of that?
Just talking. He was complaining about Leilani, which I was already used to and kind of getting a little bit annoyed of him whining. You don't like it, leave. I mean, it's not that hard.
Now, did you have anything to eat when you got home that night?
No, I didn't.
Don't remember getting anything to eat?
I don't remember it.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at some text messages between Danny and Leilani about that, perhaps?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, do you have State's Exhibit 86 somewhere? I can see it there. Can you take a look at that second message from the top? You good?
Yeah.
Okay. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But does that refresh your memory as to whether you had anything to eat or drink that night?
I probably grabbed some Hawaiian punch.
Okay.
Leilani was a little stingy about the kids' drinks and food now.
Now, after you probably or possibly had some Hawaiian punch, what did you do?
Went upstairs. I watched that episode of One Piece.
What is
that? One Piece is an anime.
Okay, it's an animation.
Mm-hmm. It was 23 minutes and 42 seconds exactly.
And what did you do after that?
Went to bed.
Did you come downstairs anymore that night?
No, sir.
Did you have to let the dog out or anything at any point?
No, sir. Not till he woke me up in the morning, needed to use the bathroom, which was about 8:30ish. I got up at 9 and took him out.
Okay. What do you remember about that morning?
I was just hearing yelling, and I thought it was the normal yelling. Then I come downstairs, and next thing I know, the house is surrounded by police.
Was that before or after you took the dog out?
After.
Okay.
But it was kind of like during, in the motion of me taking the dog out, all the police was pulling up.
All right. What do you remember hearing?
Just a whole lot of yelling. I couldn't make out exactly what it was. I was still half asleep. And I just kind of laid there until I heard it kind of die down or move away from where I could hear it. And then I got up and took the dog out.
Did you have any interaction with your sister that morning?
Not before she told me that Quinton was missing.
And where were you when she told you that? As far as you
Downstairs in the parking area.
out in the driveway?
Yeah, next to the garage.
Okay. And what you look like at that point?
Complete mess, complete wreck. Trying to figure out where we're. Hey, I lost internet. I don't know if you guys are here, but if you are, like it didn't in my live stream, but it like it said that the StreamYard signal was lost. So if you guys can hear me, we're here. I paused the video where it stopped. I don't know what just happened. Okay, good. I'm glad you guys are here and we're still here. Okay, sorry about that. Let me pull this up. Where we were at was he was mad about pizza 2 years later. Okay, I'm glad you guys are there. Thank you. Sorry about that. I have no idea what just happened. Yeah, I'm going to back it up just a smidgen so we can hear that. Okay, thank you. I need the tablet in here so I can make sure it's not on. Okay, sorry guys. I'm trying to get it set back up. It's cutting out again. The tablet is off, right? I think they're getting it off. It's cutting out again. If it cuts out again and I get booted again, I'll be right back. You're powering it off right now? Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys. I mean, it's not that hard.
Now, did you have anything to eat when you got home that night?
No, I didn't.
Don't remember getting anything to eat?
Yes, I heard that,
Would
Trixie.
it refresh your memory to look at some text messages between Danny and Leilani about that, perhaps?
Yes, sir.
What I'm thinking is he was so used to the yelling and screaming and hollering that maybe that's why. I'm going to play this. I'm going to be listening. I'm going to be here, and I'm going to be trying to work on my internet.
Madam Clerk, do you have State's Exhibit 86 somewhere?
Yeah, it is crazy. Like, how often were the police there? You know?
Can you take a look at that second message from the top? You good?
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But does that refresh your memory as to whether you had anything to eat or drink that night?
I probably grabbed some Hawaiian punch.
Okay.
And I was a little stingy about the kids' drinks and food now.
Now, after you probably or possibly had some Hawaiian punch, what did you do?
Went upstairs. I watched the episode of One Piece. What is that? One Piece is an anime.
Okay, it's an animation.
Mm-hmm. It was 23 minutes and 42 seconds exactly.
And what did you do after that?
Went to bed.
Did you come downstairs anymore that night?
No, sir.
Did you have to let the dog out or anything at any point?
No, sir. Not till he woke me up in the morning. Needed to use the bathroom, which was about 8:30ish. I got up at 9 and took him out.
Okay. What do you remember about that morning?
Just hearing yelling, and I thought it was the normal yelling. Then I come downstairs, and next thing I know, the house is surrounded by police.
Was that before or after you took the dog out?
After.
Okay.
But it was kind of like during, in the motion of me taking the dog out, all the police was pulling up.
All right. What do you remember hearing?
Just a whole lot of yelling. I couldn't make out exactly what it was. I was still half asleep. And I just kind of laid there until I heard it kind of die down or move away from where I could hear it. And then I got up and took the dog out.
Did you have any interaction with your sister that morning?
Not before she told me that Quinton was missing.
And where were you when she told you that, as far as you
Downstairs in the parking area.
out in the driveway?
Yeah, next to the drive, next to the garage.
Okay. And what she look like at that point?
Complete mess, complete wreck. Trying to figure out where her baby was.
And what happened from there?
She had called the babysitter over to see if she saw anything, if she knew anything. And then the police was showing up at the same time as the babysitter had just showed up. And then the next thing I know, Danny's showing up.
And did you help them look for Quinton?
Didn't get a chance to.
What do you mean?
By the time that everything was going on, we all got told we had to go down to police annex, and we was interrogated for over 17 hours by the FBI.
Did you 17 hours?
Yes, I kept track of it because they were supposed to get me pizza. I'm still mad about my pizza 2 years later.
I think we saw you on some video bringing your sister some food at some point.
Yeah, then they bought the pizza afterward.
Okay. So you got some food that day in any case?
Yeah, because I bought it.
Okay. Because you bought it?
Yeah.
Did you bought it?
I DoorDashed it.
You said you DoorDashed it?
Yes. After 12 hours of sitting there being interrogated, people get hungry.
Okay. So, regardless of whether you had a good time there that day, did you cooperate with the police questioning?
Yes, sir.
FBI questioning?
Anything they asked me, I told them whatever I knew.
Okay. And did that continue to be the case over the coming days and weeks?
Yes, sir. Even while they hooked me up to the lie detector test and everything.
One moment, please, John.
Right?
No, this might be a good time for a short break. Matt, just finish up a couple of things, John.
Yes.
Okay. Do you Look, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 90. I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 90, okay?
And let me just say, just so that everything can be on the record. So Mr. Simon just apologized for not responding yes or no, and that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you take a look at these messages starting from the back, actually, and tell me if you recognize them?
Car. So we all kind of dipped out of there really fast.
Is this something that happened at work on the floor?
Yes, this was nothing related to Leilani or Danny or anything like that.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to introduce this as State's Exhibit 90.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, Exhibit 90 submitted.
Let me just ask you this. On the last page here, do you see this message where this person asks you at 11:40 p.m. what time you're going in tomorrow?
I said 12 because I was already planning on going in early regardless because I needed the extra money.
And that response from you was at 11:40 p.m.?
That's why I was already getting up. But then when they asked me to come in, it made it even easier to come in without asking for permission from the boss.
Okay. And this was on the night of October 4th, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you already up in your room at this point?
Yes, sir. He had texted me after I had laid down to go to bed.
Okay. And was this your last phone activity that night?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, if I have not already formally offered 88, I would do so at this time. Those were the Paul Simon, Daniel Young text messages.
I believe it may already be in. Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And is that the case for 88, 89, and 90?
Not 90.
90 is just admitted.
90 was just a minute. Okay. One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So there's mention of a break. I think this is a good time for a break. The time is 3:13. Let's come back at 3:30.
Jury's exiting.
Okay, guys, give me just a second.
The court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
This way, ma'am.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Melanie Bowling. I am 28 years old, and I'm a mama.
What is your city and state of residence? What town do you? And how long have you lived in Georgia?
Going on 8, almost 9 years now.
Okay. Are you a little nervous this afternoon?
I am, I'm sorry.
I'm always a little nervous in court too. It's all right. If you need a break at any point, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the defendant?
I do.
How do you know her?
She used to live in the same neighborhood as me.
In Glenville, I presume?
Yes.
When you met her, how many children, if any, did she have at that point?
When I first met her, she had no kids.
Okay. And how did you meet her?
I met her through her ex-boyfriend, Cody Warden, which is her first child's father. I met him first because he lived out there and they started dating, and that's how I met her. And
There's the link
I
club.
looked at her and him
I've
as
got
like
5,000
little
things
siblings
going on.
that I
I'm
wanted
trying to
to
be
help
here
guide
with
in the right direction.
and trying to fix the internet. All of it.
But that's how I met
I'm
her.
here.
And did you all
Thank you,
live
Trixie.
near one another for a period of time?
We did. We were next door for a period of time, and then there was a period of
She's out there. Oh my God.
Really?
Oh, wait. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Like,
I was trying to.
how do they come up with these people?
Wow. Okay. That is crazy. Yeah, I was trying to listen to the brother. Hold on. I got 5,000 things going on. I was trying to listen to the brother and I'm doing 500 other things at one time, but that's crazy. I'm going to be listening.
I'm going to give you a hint. We're going to talk seance.
Okay, thank you.
time where she lived like walking distance from where I lived.
Okay. And then at some point, did she move away from Glenville?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that she moved away, did she have any children?
Yes, she had Zane.
So the time that she moved in near you would have been sometime shortly before Zane's birth?
Yes, it was about maybe 6 months or so before she got pregnant with him.
Before she got pregnant?
Yes.
And then was she living next to you, or next door to you during her pregnancy?
Yes.
And did she continue to live next door to you during the time that she actually had Zane?
Well, down a little bit, down the dirt road a little bit, but yes, it was still in the same neighborhood.
Okay, so you're saying by the time she had Zane, she moved walking distance away?
Yes.
Was no longer right next door?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about this. Let's kind of take chunks of time. Tell me about the nature of your relationship with her before she ever had Zane.
Well, I mean, like I said, Cody, I met him first and he was going through a hard time. So like my husband and I took them in as, took him in as like a little brother to help guide in the right direction. She started dating him and, I got good vibes from her at first. I never suspected anything bad. And I kind of try to guide her in the right direction too. She ended up falling pregnant. And when she did, she was young, and I can relate to that because I was a teen mom myself. So I wanted to help her in any way possible to, with her child and be that support.
Were you friends with her during her pregnancy with Zane?
I was.
And did you remain friends with her after she gave birth to Zane and had him as a newborn?
I did, yes.
And did you all spend time together during both of those time periods?
Yes.
Did you spend time with her around both her and Zane?
Yes.
Okay. Were you all still living in the same town at the time she gave birth to Quinton?
No. Well, I was, but she wasn't.
Okay. Can you tell me where she was and when she had left in relation to when she had Quinton?
So I know her and Cody moved to Alabama. That happened. Then I guess they broke up. She came back to Georgia to, I think, Waycross or somewhere wherever Bubba Moss is from.
Waynesboro, sound right?
Waynesboro, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I get those mixed up. And she came back and she was staying with him in a camper, and she fell pregnant. They split up, and she went back to Alabama, and Cody helped her.
And you've talked about your contact with her during the time she lived near you.
Yes.
Right? In the same town.
Yes.
Did you all have daily or near daily contact at that point?
When she was pregnant with Quinton, we had it was about almost every other day, if not weekly.
Well, I want to ask specifically about when she lived in the same town as you.
Yes, every day.
Okay,
Yes,
every
sir.
day at that point.
Yes.
And then after she moved, and I understand it sounds like she bounced around a little bit.
She did.
What was the nature of your contact with her after she moved away from Glenville?
Text message and phone call, FaceTime.
And how frequently did you say that you would have contact with her?
So when she got with Bubba, it kind of drifted off a little bit. And I don't know why. I can't tell you why, but we drifted off a little bit. And then she would, we contact out the blue. She'd call me, I text her, I call her, she texts me, vice versa, just to see how we are doing, I always checked in on her to see if she was doing okay, if the kids were okay, how they're doing, how big they're getting, stuff like that.
Did you talk to her on the phone regularly during her pregnancy with Quinton?
Yes.
About how often?
She updated me like with every appointment that she had.
Did she talk to you during those phone calls about things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
And tell me again how you viewed the nature of your relationship with her.
I viewed her, like I said, as a little sister that I wanted to help guide in the right direction.
So you're close.
Yes.
During her pregnancy with Quinton, well, you're having this regular telephone contact with her.
Mm-hmm.
Did it include calls?
Yes.
Did it include text messages?
Yes.
Did it include FaceTime?
Yes, a couple of times so I could see Zane.
Did you ever catch up over fairly long phone calls, or are we talking
yeah.
about like 1 or 2 minute things?
No, these were like hour-plus long phone calls.
And that's during her pregnancy with Quinton?
Yes.
During that type of contact that you described, did she talk to you about the state of her relationship with Quinton's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
It was rocky. They were fighting a lot. Then was a time where they did break up, and she was depressed. Made some comments to me that were concerning, but they fought a lot.
Like what kind of comments?
The comments which I, at the time, wanted to think maybe she was like depressed and going through something. That was my thought process, but thinking of it now, I don't know. But she would say how she wished maybe if I didn't have Quinton, if I would have had the abortion like Bubba wanted me to, he would still be here.
Now, is that something she said to you after Quinton had been born?
She has mentioned it after and while she was pregnant, yes.
Okay. And how did you react to those kind of comments?
It shocked me. I mean, I was like, like what? Coming with, I have 3 kids myself. I'm not the one to judge, someone on abortions and stuff, but she didn't want to have one, and that's on her. Okay. But I did not. It was really shocking. I didn't agree with it, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
I want to ask you a couple more questions about those kind of remarks.
Yes.
You said that she made those remarks both before Quinton was born and after Quinton had been born?
Yes.
Roughly how many times would you say you remember her saying things like that?
Off the top of my head, from while she was pregnant with him and right after he was born, say about 2 or 3 times.
Okay. And you said
I'm here, guys, just doing some stuff. I'm listening.
Maybe if I had had the abortion, Bubba would still be with me. And that was a remark she made both before Quinton was born and after he was born.
Yes.
Hey, fellas, thank you for being here.
Bubba had already left her before Quinton was born.
Yes.
And there's at least, sounds like 1 or 2 times where she said this, like, while Quinton was a newborn.
Yes, a newborn and while he was older too.
Now, I want to kind of move forward in time. Did you remain in contact with her to one degree or another over the phone throughout Quinton's short life?
Yes.
Okay. And let's say from, between Quinton's birth to October of 2022, how often would you say you were in contact with her during that time period? And I understand it's like a year and a half.
Yeah. So, trying to think. So she came to my son's party in 2019 with Danny. I asked her to bring the boys, and she said that her mom had them. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to remember.
No, it's fine.
What was the question again, sir?
Okay. About how often were you? Let's just talk about, I don't know, the year leading up to October of 2022.
Okay.
When Quinton is no longer a newborn. Okay.
Yes.
How often would you be in contact with her at that point?
At that point, so it could be weekly sometimes, and then it would jump from weekly to monthly. And then I would have to be in contact with her. I would sometimes not get any contacts back for a few months. Then it come out the blue, she'll contact me and we can go from talking to each other for like 2 weeks straight, and then there'd be gaps again.
But in any case.
Okay, I'm done now. I want to apologize again to all of you guys, my Speculating family, anybody watching this on replay. I sincerely apologize for everything I just had to do and not being here completely and putting all of my focus on this. I sincerely apologize and hope I didn't miss too much. I have been listening and I am fully present and paying attention now. Thank you all for sticking with me through this.
Your life and you have things you have to do. Don't apologize.
Well, thank you, Trixie. And thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. You helped me more than you know.
Sounds like you never cut off contact completely.
No.
And would you, during this time frame, would you still sometimes have these long, extended phone conversations with her?
We did.
And would she talk to you about things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
And could you hear the children in the background at times?
Always.
Was there ever a time on any of these calls that you heard anything concerning directed towards Quinton?
I mean, besides, may I repeat what was said? It's cursing. Or should I word it?
Your response is, you may give it.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted your permission.
So the rules here are, if you're, quoting, we would ask that you not just like insert your own.
No, I just want what she
If-
exactly
If
said.
you're quoting somebody, yeah, tell us what you heard.
Okay. There's been times when she has been getting on to Quinton, saying, "Will you get the fuck down, you stupid little shit." She will call them assholes, you little assholes. I told you to go do this.
Lord
Now
Jesus.
go do what the fuck I said before I beat your ass.
Good God.
Called him a bastard child
Oh
out of
my God.
anger. I guess he was doing something like climbing on the table, and she told him to get down several times. And she's like, this is why I wish I never had you. Wish I would have aborted
Oh,
you.
Jesus.
Stuff like that.
And I just want to make it clear the circumstances in which you're hearing this.
Oh my
Are
God.
you physically present with her when you're hearing these things?
Oh my God.
No, sir.
You're on the phone with her.
Yes.
Whoa.
You hear her saying these things over the phone.
Yes.
Let's kind of break these things down. You said something about her calling him a bastard child and saying
Yes.
something about his dad.
Yes.
Tell us what you remember about that.
I know when she would get really frustrated with him that she can be unpredictable and say things very harshly that a normal mother would not say. And about, I wish I never had you. Wish I would have had an abortion. I wish I never had your dad. Got with your dad, so I would have never had you. Stuff like that.
And are you sure
That
she
is
was
not
referring
that
to Quinton?
baby's
Yes.
fault.
And how do you know that?
Because she would yell, "Quinton, what the fuck did I just tell you?" And then go on with what I just said.
I think you also
Oh
mentioned
my God.
asshole. Or something.
Yes, asshole. For him acting like a 15-year-old acting, or a 15-month-old acting like an asshole.
Could you tell over the phone what he was doing, or if anything, or what was going on that caused her to have these outbursts?
I could hear the kids playing, screaming, running around, like what kids do. I have
Being
3 kids
kids,
myself, 2 boys and a daughter. So boys being boys, they get rough with each other. And, that happens. Okay. But instead of hey, you guys need to keep your hands to yourself, time out and do the separate them or whatever, she would start cussing and snapping and yelling and calling names. Now,
How would you react, if at all? I don't know whether you.
I was speechless, sir. I mean, I would try to be like, hey, calm down.
She's
You're just
trying-
mad. You don't need to be saying those kinds of things. You don't mean
trying to
it,
call her.
thinking, she didn't mean it. That's what.
Leilani keeps trying to stare her down. And this girl's not having it. She's telling the truth, regardless of how Leilani feels about it. I cannot believe that. It is not that baby's fault. Oh my God.
was my assumptions. Okay. But I would try to calm her down and be like, hey, chill out. Like, take a breather. They're just kids. They're little kids. Like, this is going to happen.
Did you ever hear anything that sounded? I mean, you've talked about what you've talked about to this point. Would you characterize it as verbal abuse?
Yes, and I've heard her whip them, but I can't, like I said, I mean, it's whoopings. So I don't know if she's using her hand on their butt. I don't know what she's using. It's on the phone call.
Okay, so for that, you're saying you can't say whether it was or was not reasonable parental discipline.
Exactly.
But you've heard stuff like that.
Yes.
Overall, based on all your interactions with her and all your observations, did you develop the impression that she felt differently about Quinton than she did about Zane?
Yes, because every time I would speak to her, she would always speak highly about Zane and her youngest one after she was born, but never about Quinton, even though he was the sweetest little thing ever.
What kind of things would she say about Zane?
Wow.
Talking about, how well he is, how smart he is, how he knows his ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, so on and so forth, the potty training, stuff about Cody and her, just talking highly about him and how good he's doing from when I last seen him as a little baby.
And do you remember hearing anything like that about Quinton?
No.
Just to be clear, did you ever yourself physically meet Quinton?
I have never physically met Quinton, no.
And is that because you all had already she had moved away
right
at the time before she had?
But yes, but I have FaceTimed him after he was born and seen him, I FaceTimed him and Zane and Sky when she was a little baby too.
One moment, please.
Yes.
Yeah, she knew. She looked at Leilani like a little sister, and she knew her prior to her having children. Thank you, Trixie.
No further questions.
Ms. Bowling, you said that you met Miss Simon in 2019 with Danny.
No, I met her in 2017, 2018 when she was dating Cody.
All right, maybe I misheard. You said you met her in 2019 at a birthday party with Danny.
She brought Danny to my son's birthday party that I invited her and her children to come to in 2019.
Okay, so you're saying that Danny Youngkin attended a birthday party with you in 2019 with Miss Simon, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the hill you're going to die on.
I believe that was Danny, yeah. That's who it looked like.
Right. Are you aware that she didn't meet Mr. Youngkin until 2020?
So that's not what I'm not aware of. Also, because she brought that man to my birthday party.
Well, you just sat here under oath and said it was Danny Youngkin.
That's what she told me that was his name, Danny, that she was bringing through messages on Facebook Messenger, sir.
Ms. Bowling, when was the last time you actually physically, well, let me ask you this. When did you ever physically meet Quinton Simon?
I never physically met him.
Okay. So in 20 months of his life, you never once saw him in person, correct?
Correct.
Right. And when was the last time prior to that you had met and hung out with Miss Simon?
Prior to his birth?
His birth.
Okay. Prior to his birth was the birthday party, 2019.
Okay. So at least 2.5 years prior, well, maybe a year and a half prior to his birth then?
Well, actually, that was, yeah, roughly, yeah.
Okay. So at that point in time,
Yeah,
has Zane been born?
Waiting to hear
Yes.
from the babysitter's daughter, too.
So now you said that originally y'all would talk every day.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was weekly, then it was every other week, then it was monthly, then it was every few months, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Not really a strong friendship there, is it?
Well, sir, we did have a very strong friendship, but again, like I've said before, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And the path she was going down was a path that I clearly could not help her out.
Ms. Bowling,
Amen to that.
you and Miss Simon started smoking weed together in 2017. So let's not pretend this is some sort of Sunday
yeah,
school
you're
thing.
right, sir. Okay. But the thing is, I never done cocaine. I never did ecstasy, nor pills.
Okay.
That was in 2017, sir.
That was
a long time ago. And I don't anymore.
Okay. Well, congratulations to you. And that being said, was that the reason y'all hung out, was to smoke weed together?
No. The reason
That's
she, well,
interesting
maybe
about
for
it.
her, because she likes to use people. But to me, it was,
In my opinion, now I'm just going to say that I'm a very much holistic, natural remedies using herbs, organic grown plants and things. I don't think weed is a drug, in my personal opinion. Weed grows from the earth. God put it here for a reason. Pharmaceuticals, cocaine, things like that. I'm aware cocaine comes from the cocoa plant, but you have to do things to it to make it into cocaine. They do chew the cocoa leaf, but they also like to make actual cocaine. They pour diesel fuel and all kinds of stuff on it. When you have to do things like that, pharmaceuticals, as far as pills, ecstasy, MDMA, those are all man-made things. I don't think weed is a drug because God made it and it grows from the earth. Everything else, I think, is a drug. That's just my opinion on that.
hanging out with Cody, helping him get back on his feet because of what he had to endure and go through at that time, which is a different matter from this court.
You have some rather unique beliefs, don't you, Ms. Bowling?
Beliefs.
Yes,
Can you define that, please, or elaborate it for me, please?
I can. Do you remember meeting with Mr. Dean on August 13th of this year?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling him about some experiences you had on August 13th and conveying those to him?
Yep.
Okay. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you not tell him that you had communed with Quinton Simon's ghost?
Yes. And if you would like, I can actually do it here and show you guys.
Oh, please, by all means. I would love to see this.
Give me a holy Bible and a candle. And yes, sir.
Oh my God, no, girl.
So that being said,
I told you.
You told Mr. Dean this.
Why would you say that in court?
Yep. this is where I'm just like, is this woman for real or not? She, in my opinion, that just totally blew it all out the water. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, she just slaughtered everything she said. Just got thrown out the fucking window.
Yep.
That's bad.
Yeah. Very bad. And then wait till the next thing she says.
Lord have mercy. Like, he just, that's completely defensive for Leilani. Like, everything she just said just got thrown right out the door.
That's correct.
I sure did.
And you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, your husband videotaped the seance, correct?
He did.
And anytime I'm making a misstatement as to what you said that Quinton Simon spoke to you through a candle.
He spoke to me through images. Okay, when I was in my trance, I couldn't see anything except for what he was showing me and what he was telling me as a 15-month-old could do.
Okay. And so he was a 15-month-old ghost speaking to you. Please tell me about this. I would love to hear it.
Okay, hold on. I'll back it up a little bit. We're at 7:15. We'll go to 7:09. Yeah, they're gonna present her as mentally unstable, especially her saying I can do it in the court. Now, I don't, people can have spiritual beliefs, people can believe in ghosts, people can have seances if that's what you believe, but I surely would not be talking to the police and then offering to do it in court. You just look like a crazy person, and that's the whole point of the defense talking about this and bringing that up. I mean he just put the nail in the coffin when she said, give me a candle and a Bible. That was the nail in her coffin right there. I can't believe this. This is crazy. So here we go. Or Abellis, I'm sorry.
No further questions.
Ms. Bowling, you said that you met
Hold on, I took
Ms.
it back
Simon
too
in
far. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit.
2019 with Danny.
No, I met her in 2017, 2018 when she
12
birthday party, 2019.
Okay. So at least 2.5 years prior, well, maybe a year and a half prior to his birth then?
Well, actually that was, roughly, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So at that point in time, had Zane been born?
Yes.
Okay. So now you said that originally y'all would talk every day.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was weekly, then it was every other week, then it was monthly, then it was every few months, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Not really a strong friendship there, is it?
Well,
right, I'm just going to let it
we
play.
did have a very strong friendship, but again, like I've said before, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And
I
the
agree
path
with
she
that.
was going down was a path that I clearly could not help her out.
Hey, Ms. Bowling, you and Ms. Simon started smoking weed together in 2017. So let's not pretend this is some sort of Sunday school.
You're
thing.
right, sir. Okay. But the thing is, I never done cocaine. I never did ecstasy, nor pills.
Okay.
That was in 2017, sir.
That was
a long time ago. And I don't anymore.
The way she talks.
Okay. Well,
in the
congratulations to
hostility.
you. And that being
Again, showing
said,
mental
was that the reason y'all hung out?
instability.
Was to smoke weed together?
No. The reason well, maybe for her, because she likes to use people. But to me, it was, hanging out with Cody, helping him get back on his feet because of what he had to endure and go through at that time, which is a different matter from this court.
You have some rather unique beliefs, don't you, Ms. Bowling?
Beliefs.
Yes.
Can you define that, please?
All right,
Elaborate it for
Abella.
me, please?
I can. Do you remember meeting with Mr. Dean on August 13th of this year?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling him about some experiences you had on August 13th and conveying those to him?
Yep.
Okay. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you not tell him that you had communed with Quinton Simon's ghost?
Yes. And if you would like, I can actually do it here and show you guys.
Oh, please, by all means. I would love to see this.
Give me a holy Bible and a candle. And yes, sir.
So, that being said,
Nail in the coffin.
You told Mr. Dean this, correct?
For this witness.
I sure did.
And you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, your husband videotaped the seance, correct?
He did.
And anytime I'm making a misstatement as to what you said that Quinton Simon spoke to you through a candle.
He spoke.
Okay, I want to warn you guys because from what I'm being told, it's about to get real bad. So you might want to step out for a minute and come back if something like that could bother you.
To me through images.
Something.
Okay, when I was in my trance, I couldn't see anything except for what he was showing me and what he was telling me as a 15-month-old could do.
Okay. And so he was a 15-month-old ghost speaking to you. Please tell me about this. I would love to hear it.
Okay, so this is what I did, and I lit my candle, had my Bible out, and I prayed. I asked if I could reach out to Quinton Simon, and here he comes. Behold, do I see him physically? No, but here he is, and he is Mama Mel. That's what I was always called by them. Mama Mel, help me. I said, with what? I said, help me help you. What happened? He said, Mommy hurt me. I asked him, how did he hurt you? Or how did she hurt you? Sorry. And he told me, she hit me in the head really hard. I said, okay. I was like, what else? And I said, did you, get any candy? Thinking maybe he got into drugs or something. And he said, no. I said, okay, where are you? And he threw me the star of the church that's next to the landfill on that dirt road right there next to Little Neck Road on the dump. He showed me exactly where he was in that pile with his arm hanging out, lifeless, gray, and there's blood, in a bag that looked like it used to be like a bluish purple color. And he's throwing up blood. After I close out the seance, I prayed.
Sorry, that was hard
and I
to
said,
hear.
I wish you peace and to pass on peacefully, because we'll get the justice you need. Okay, I prayed, closed it out. That was that. Blew out the candle, turned on the lights, and my hoverboard that both my son had, that was completely destroyed because he took it through a mud puddle. When you take a hoverboard, electric hoverboard through a mud puddle, it's done. It started turning on and off by itself and moving, even though it's completely done for, and I've tried charging it and nothing.
And what date was this?
What day was that? That was, to be honest with you, it's sometime in November of 2022. I don't know the exact date. I do not.
So this was after they announced they found remains in the landfill.
No, this is actually before the indictment report came out. I had the dream, which I told them already, but yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So it was in November.
Eek, that's my question too, because she said it to the police officer. He has to put that in his report. They read the police report and thought, even though she said that, and they knew the defense would use that. I mean, that's obvious. That's obvious to help you in your case to defend Leilani by proving her mentally unstable. The information she had was good, necessary, the way that she referenced Leilani talking about Quinton and calling him names and asshole and bastard and all of the things. That is important information to hear, but you knew that the defense was going to slaughter her. And she really put the nail in the coffin when she offered to do it in the courtroom. Like, if she hadn't offered to do it in the courtroom, it probably wouldn't have been quite as bad, but she really screwed that up. Like, I don't think the prosecution thought that she would offer to do it in the courtroom. Like, that really just threw her everything out the window. But at the same time, they should have briefed her, and they should have known and told her, I know you believe in this spiritual stuff, and that's fine, but try not to talk about it too much or go in depth if you're asked about it.
Roughly, maybe the end of October. It's in that time area. I also had a major craniotomy that year, so my memory's a little.
What's a craniotomy?
Thank you, Jimmy.
Where you have to have a major brain surgery. They take your skull off,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you had a craniotomy?
I did.
And you told all this to Mr. Dean?
To Mr. Yes.
Mr. Dean. That's all the questions I have.
Melanie, is it fair to say that I brought you into my office to talk about concrete things that you heard the defendant say over the years about Quinton?
Yes.
Okay. And that you volunteered the information about the seance, right?
I did. Because I don't know if you guys recognize that kind of stuff or not.
And do you remember me telling you, well, I have to tell the defense about this because it's a thing you said as a witness, but that it's seance information is not admissible in court.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
And do you remember acknowledging pretty even-handedly that you understand that not everybody believes in these things?
I do. And that's
So if it's not admissible in court, then why didn't you object when she was being questioned about it?
why I didn't want to speak upon it like that. Yes, sir.
Hold on, baby.
Now,
Go ahead.
For saying I didn't know if you guys would accept this. Really? When have you ever heard of a seance being in a courtroom? I'm just like, oh.
Yeah, she really fucked up with that. Really bad. Yep.
You've said that you had a Bible with you while you were doing this.
Yes.
And it was a Christian Bible.
Yes, sir. I was baptized and raised as a Christian.
Do you remain a practicing Christian?
I sure do, sir.
Do you consider this some sort of a prayer practice, what you're describing?
Yes, sir. I mean, in a way.
Do you consider it a private matter?
A private matter? Yes.
How does it feel to come into court and essentially get made fun of for it?
To be honest with you, it's kind of embarrassing because, like you said, not everybody believes in this kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I was born with a gift that I call a curse.
Now, does any of this have anything to do with the things that you heard her say about her son, both before and after his birth?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just one or two follow-up. Ms. Bowling, you're willing to hold yourself up to ridicule to get justice for Quinton, aren't you?
Excuse me?
Said you're willing to hold yourself up to public ridicule to get justice for Quinton, aren't you?
I guess so. I'm here to get justice for him, so.
What aren't you willing to do for Quinton's justice?
Well, I've done everything I can possibly
He's
for his
setting a
justice.
trap.
Thank you so much.
He just, Lord have mercy. He took that bait, hook, line, and sinker.
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. We're
Good
going to
afternoon. How are
listen
you?
to the
Good, how are
babysitter's
you?
daughter now.
Thank you for
She's
asking.
a minor, so
Could
she
you
won't
please
be on
introduce
camera.
yourself to the jury here?
Hi, I'm Talia McCarter.
And how do you spell your first name?
TALEA
And your last name?
MCCARTA,
Where do you live? What city and state? Not the address.
Savannah, Georgia.
Do you live on Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
And did your family used to provide babysitting services for the defendants' 3 children?
Yes, sir.
Have I asked you how old you are yet? I'm sorry, I'm tired.
No, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
Are you in school?
Yes, sir.
Where are you in school?
Homeschool.
Okay. And what grade are you in?
I'm 10. Sorry, I'm nervous.
Okay. That's all right. If you need a break at any point, just let me know. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I understand you're starting a new job tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going to be working?
At Larry's Giant Subs.
Is that your first big girl job, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you know Quinton Simon?
I didn't
Yes, sir.
even think
How
about
did you
that,
come to know
Abellis.
him?
Thank you for pointing that out.
Through my mom and them and Miss Sandra.
And tell us about, well, who's Miss Sandra, first of all?
Miss Sandra is Tommy, Billy Joe's husband's sister.
Okay. And how do you, when you say you know him through Miss Sandra, what do you mean by that?
Miss Sandra went to church with us, and she just came up to my mom and sister and asked if my sister could babysit them.
Okay. And is that how the babysitting stuff started?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about the beginning of that. How did it play out?
Miss Sandra had came and knocked on the door and asked if my mom could babysit some kids, and my mom said, "Well, I'll be working, but I can ask my daughter." And my sister said yes.
And what's your sister's name?
Maritza McCarta.
Is she older or younger than you?
She's older than me,
How old is she now?
19 years old.
Okay. So going forward from that, did you all start babysitting kids?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And between the two of you, you and your older sister, did one or the other have responsibility for one or the other kids? It's kind of a confusing question. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, sir. My sister really had most of the responsibility, but I would be there to play with Quinton and stuff and Zane.
Were you and your sister, were you or her closer to Quinton than the other?
It was both of us. Yes, sir. He really loved both of us.
Tell us about spending time with Quinton. Where would you spend time with him?
Throughout the whole house, Quinton, he would open the door, like when it was cracked, he would push it open with his hand. He'll come in there and he'll love on you.
What door are we talking about here?
The bedroom door.
In your house?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by he'd come in and love on you?
Like, he'll run to you, open his arms, and just throw himself on you and give you a kiss on the cheek.
Did you like spending time with Quinton?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there ever a time where you spent time around Quinton and Leilani together?
Yes, sir.
And during those times, did you ever see her treat him in a way that upset you?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about any of those times?
With the console, like the PlayStation remote.
Trixie, you dropped. I dropped the link for you if you want it again. We're at 7:53 and there's 8:19, so we got maybe like 30 minutes left, which will probably go down to 15 or 20 because I've got it sped up. And then I'll have to go for the day. But we're gonna listen to this, and then tomorrow we'll do what happened today, unless I get a video out. If I get a video out, we'll talk about that and do what happened today, Sunday. But we will do what happened today this weekend, and then start Monday with doing it live. Welcome back, Trixie.
Hey, don't put your phone in your pocket when you're on panel.
Yeah.
Remote control, when she said that Quinton got a hold of it, and it was the night before, and I guess she still got mad talking about it, so she pushed him down.
Okay, let's break that down a little bit. Where were you when
What
this
a
push happened?
mercy.
She was by the tiki bar, and I was by closer towards the pool where the little step
On the
is.
concrete?
So whose house were you at?
Billy Joe's.
You're out back between the tiki bar area and the pool.
Yes, sir.
And what was it that caused Leilani to push Quinton?
She got mad because he had supposedly broken the controller to her PS4.
Okay. And how did this come up?
When I walked up, I asked her if I could get Quinton, and she said, yes, please take him. And then she just led off the conversation because he got a hold. I'm pretty sure she said it was her brother controller, and he was going to be mad at her.
And what time of day was this?
I'm going to say around 2.
In the afternoon, I presume?
Yes, sir.
You said you came up. Where were you coming from?
I was coming from my mom's house.
And where was Leilani?
Leilani was outside.
Okay. In the back there?
Yes, sir.
And where was Quinton?
Quinton was inside.
Okay. And you said you were coming over to see if you could get Quinton.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
I know the night before her and Danny was arguing or something, and she had called my phone to see if I could come get him, and it was like around 4 a.m, and I told her I wasn't allowed at the house that late, and I didn't want to wake my mom up. She had work the next morning, but I would be over there the next day to grab him for my sister.
Did you say she called you or she texted you? I didn't catch that.
She called me.
Okay.
She called this young child at 4 o'clock in the morning. What the crap?
Yeah.
Called you at like 4 a.m. and asked you to come take Quinton.
Sorry, babe.
Why would I'm like flabbergasted.
Yeah.
Why would I call someone at 4 o'clock in the morning? And what could be that child be so bad?
Right. And ask them to babysit your child at 4 o'clock in the morning. What the hell?
Thing is, where's everybody else in the house?
Yeah. Probably asleep. I don't know. That's weird. You're getting gas at 1 o'clock in the morning, calling somebody at 4 o'clock in the morning to watch your youngin'. Like, what the day-to-day happenings in this household is weird.
It is weird. Yes.
Lord have mercy.
Yes, sir.
And why did she want you to do that?
She was getting aggravated with him.
Okay. So it's the next day that you went over to get her?
Yes, sir.
And what were you going to do with her?
I was going to grab him and take him over to our house.
All right. And is that something that you would do from time to time? Come and get him, just take him?
Every day.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was he like your buddy?
Sir.
Was he like your buddy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you come up, you said Quinton's inside and Leilani is out back by the pool, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're there to get Quinton.
Yes, sir.
And at some point she pushed him.
Yes, sir.
At what point did he go from being inside to outside?
He had walked up because the door.
Exactly.
So he had walked up and put his hands and his mouth against the door, and he was happy. And she opened the door. She put the door handle and she pushed it open, and she was continuing telling me the story. And Quinton started saying bubbles. He wanted bubbles, and she pushed him, took her hand and pushed the middle of his chest and pushed him.
And what was the bubbles thing about? You said he wanted bubbles?
He loved bubbles.
Okay. Are you talking about like soap bubbles that you blow?
Yes, sir.
When she pushed him, what did she use to push him with first?
Her hand.
And where did she put her hand on his body?
Right here. In the middle.
And at that point, her hand's on his chest, and what does she do?
She pushes him.
And what happened to him when she pushed him?
He falls on his butt.
And what did he do?
He looked at me and held his arms out and started crying. And I told Leilani that upsetted me.
And what did you do it? You okay?
This is hard to hear. Oh my God.
I'm good. I'm sorry.
When he fell, what part of his body hit? Did he fall on the ground, I guess?
Yes, sir. His tush hit the floor.
Okay. And said he started crying and reached out his arms to you.
My middle son had colic and he would cry all my poor baby, he would cry constantly. And I would sit there and I would hold him and I would cry with him and I would try everything. And he just had colic. There was nothing you could do. And I did everything that the doctor told me. We tried several different milks, but yeah, he cried. Like he would sleep for maybe 2 hours at like 30 minutes at a time. And it equal up to about 2 hours throughout the day. Right after he was born for like 2 months. But you can't do anything. The baby's hurting. You can't, you can't get mad at him. I would just cry while I held him. This is hard.
With Quinton, he wasn't a tiny baby when this was going on. So it's like, what was going on in the house?
Right. Good point. Good point.
You.
Yes, sir.
Did you pick him up?
Yes, sir.
And did you say anything to Leilani?
I told her that wasn't necessary because it happened last night, but she should have talked to him first.
And what happened from there?
I took him. I walked him home with me. I don't know what she did after.
So you talked about that one push. Was there anything else that you remember that was like that?
The pool incident.
What's the pool incident?
It was me and my sister, and I believe 2 of my nephews with me over at her pool swimming. And Zane had got in the pool, and Quinton wanted in there. And I was fixing to go grab Quinton to put him in there. But instead of her listening to me tell her, hold on, let me get his floaty on, she just full on pushed him in the pool.
Push him with what?
Her hand.
And where on his body did she make contact with him?
The back.
Like middle of the back, upper back, lower back?
The middle. Yes, sir.
And she just pushed him in the pool?
Yes, sir.
And he didn't have any floaties on, it sounds like?
No, sir.
Okay. Was he able to swim at this point?
No, sir.
Lord
What happened
Jesus.
once he was pushed into the pool?
He went underwater. When he came back out, he caught his breath, trying to catch his breath, and then he started crying.
Was he coughing or anything?
Yes, sir.
And how did Leilani react to that?
She said she really didn't care because if Zane could learn how to swim, then Quentin needed to be as smart as Zane.
Now, what did you do
I could see that happening. This is hard. Jesus.
when Quentin came up and was coughing and crying?
I looked at my sister and I told her I'm going home. And then that's when I asked Leilani, I said, can I take Quentin home? She said, yes, I don't care.
And how were you feeling at that point?
I was mad because wondering in my head how she could push him in the pool without any floaties and knowing he can't swim at all.
How was Quentin as you were walking home? Did you dry him off or anything first? Or?
I did dry him off. I wrapped him in a towel and he laid his head on my shoulder.
And what happened when you got home?
When I got home, I had put a pull-up on him and he went and laid on the couch with his teddy bear.
And did you lay on the couch with him or did you just leave him alone or what?
I went to go fix him some juice and then I laid on the couch with him.
How long did y'all lay there?
About 2 hours because he had fell asleep. Yes, sir.
Did you take a nap there with him?
No, sir, because I was afraid I was going to squish him if I fell asleep with him.
Anything else you remember that was like those two things?
Other than her getting mad at him with the stairs and stuff.
Tell me about that.
It was one night when I went over there and she was smoking. She had went upstairs and she was talking to me about Quentin's father. And she said she don't know how Quentin could look so much like his dad when she's the one that gave birth to him. And I said, well, I don't know because I didn't want to really get into that kind of stuff. It wasn't my problem. and she just kept going on about it. And Quentin was down the stairs, and I said, Leilani, he needs help down the stairs because I had Sky in my hands. And she said, he's a big boy, he can do it. I said, no, he can't, because her stairs in Billy Joe's house was kind of weird. And I said, he needs help. She said, no, he doesn't. And Quentin just continues to roll.
Are you talking about the stairs to the second floor?
Yes, sir.
You said Quentin continues to roll. What do you mean?
When he tripped on the first one, and he starts rolling down. And I hand her Sky, and I grab Quentin.
How was Quentin when you picked him up?
He was fine. He really didn't cry.
Lord, that's just telling you that he's used to it. I mean, if I fell down the stairs, I would cry. And I'm an adult. This baby falls down the stairs and is not even really crying because he's used to it. What child do you know is going to fall down a flight of stairs and not cry? Lord have mercy.
Yeah, it depends, really, to be honest, because my 9-year-old, who's 9 now, but when she was 7, she actually broke her leg on a trampoline and didn't even bat an eye.
Oh, wow. That's
But
amazing.
I think she had seizures and stuff when she was a baby, and we do think, neurologically something changed with her.
Yeah.
But yeah, because she even just recently bashed her finger and it swelled up like nothing, and she just comes to me, Mama, I hit my hand.
Lord.
Can you cry? Can you?
Right.
But she yelled at her and she cried like she killed herself.
Right.
Ever cry?
Lord.
But yeah, the average child, the normal child, you would think they would cry.
Right.
Even if it hurt, but because they got scared.
Yeah. Wow. And unless he was, used to being falling down the stairs or possibly being pushed down the stairs and was just used to it. So he didn't cry. I don't know. It's weird. Sad.
Anything else you remember that was like that?
No, sir.
You mentioned that incident started with her asking or wondering how he could look so much like his father. What was her tone of voice like when she was saying that? I mean, she sounded happy, angry, sad.
She sounded angry.
Do you remember if you seem like a pretty mild-mannered person?
Yes, sir.
But if I asked you to tell me what it sounded like when she said it, would you be able to do that or not?
Yes, sir. You want the whole, just how she said it?
Yeah.
When I walked in, she was like, hey, I got a question. I said, yes. And she said, how the F could Quentin look just like his daddy? I'm the one that gave birth to him. And I said, I don't know, Leilani. I really don't know. She said, Zayden's been my number one since he was born, and Quentin's just sitting there and useless.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling us last week about an incident where Leilani hit Quentin in the face? I think backhanded was the word you used.
Yes, sir.
You remember telling us about that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that now?
From the beginning, correct?
Yeah.
Zane and Quentin was out in the street. I was walking to the shed because that's where our laundry room that is.
Were you at your house at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you have a laundry room in the shed.
Yes, sir.
So what were you walking out to the shed to do?
Do my chore, which was transfer the clothes from the washer into the dryer.
And at what point did you see Zane and Quentin?
When I was going towards the shed.
And what were they doing?
They were by the mailboxes on the other side of the road, going inside the ditch.
Okay. Were they in the road or next to the road?
I heard about
They were in the road.
Okay. And were there any adults with them?
No, sir.
What time of day was this?
It was a little bit in the morning. I'm gonna say around 11 or 12.
Okay. And when you saw them out there, what did you do?
I ran
Ran where?
to get Quentin and Zane.
And what happened next?
As I was going to get them, there was a white car passing with a lady inside of it.
I'm sorry to stop you. I don't mean to interrupt you because you asked from the beginning and I did say yes, right?
Yes, sir.
But I don't want you to tell us anything about what anybody said to you other than things that the defendant said to you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Right.
So
It's hearsay.
let's get the white car part. All right. So after the white car drove by, what happened next?
I took the kids back to my mom's house. My mom told me to take them to Leilani's. So,
Don't testify about anything anybody else said.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right, thank you.
Okay, so you
It's
went
hearsay.
back
It's
to your
law.
house and did you said at some point did you take them back to Leilani's house?
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
My mom told me to.
Okay. And where did you take them when you took them back?
I took them when I entered. It was behind where the pool cart is, the
Okay.
back.
So you walked around the back.
Yes, sir.
And you had both of the kids with you at this point?
Yes, sir.
What happened from there?
I kept knocking on the door. Leilani would not answer, and I kept banging and banging. I just continued to bang until she answered. She came outside, and I said, Leilani, Quinton and them was on the road, and she was asleep. And instead of her taking the knowledge of what she had done and wasn't awake with them, she just backhanded Quinton in the face.
Can you describe that in a little more detail? What did it look like?
She raised her hand all the way back, and she just backhanded him. When she did, his head hit the concrete.
Where on his face did her hand hit him?
Right here.
And you're gesturing. I gotta say this for the court reporter and transcript and all that. You're gesturing towards like your cheekbone.
Yes, sir.
And you said that this knocked him down.
Yes, sir.
Did she hit him hard?
Yes, sir.
And when he fell down, what happened?
I looked at her, and then he started crying. He got up. When I lifted him up, he got up and he ran to me, and he started pointing to my mom's house.
Did you say that his head hit the concrete out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he ran to you, and you said he started pointing?
Yes, sir. Pointing directions to my mom's house.
Were you holding him at that point, or was he still on the ground, or what?
I think it was after a minute I did pick him up. Yes, sir.
Okay. And his pointing towards your house, what did you take that to mean?
I knew he wanted to go with me, but Leilani wanted him to stay.
Okay. Did you take him home?
I believe I took Quinton home because she didn't want me taking Zane home.
Were there any other incidents you remember that involved the defendant, Leilani, pushing him, hitting him, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there anything that you heard?
Eve,
other
we're
than
going
what
to
you've
talk
already
about that in
mentioned,
just a
talk about some
second.
of this stuff? Was there anything that you ever heard her say that caused you to believe that she didn't like Quinton or didn't feel the same way about him that she felt about Zane?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about those things, that if the ones that you haven't mentioned yet?
Right.
Yes, sir. She would call me over there and ask if she could talk to me. And I would go over there, and she would just complain about Quinton, how Quinton wasn't like Zane. He wasn't smart like Zane. And that the only reason that she loved Zane and she didn't love Quinton is because Zane's been through everything with her, and Quinton hasn't been through nothing.
Did she ever point blank tell you anything about whether she had any feelings of love or affection towards Quinton at all?
Yes, sir. She told me she did not love him at all.
She said that to you?
Yes, sir.
Where was that when she said that?
We was on the back porch. He was in on the back porch. There's like a play area with a gate.
Is that with a brown couch in it and slide and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was, you were out there, was Quinton out there?
I was in the play thing with Quinton, and she was by the tiki bar.
Okay. How did that come up, that she's saying that about Quinton at that time?
She was mad at Danny.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how did it get on to Quinton and saying that about Quinton?
Because Quinton was making noises with his mouth and saying he was calling out for Danny. Kept saying, Danny, Danny. And she kept getting mad about that.
She was mad at Danny at the time?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And Quinton was calling out for Danny?
Yes, sir.
And that's what led up to her saying that thing about Quinton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Quinton ever stay the night at your house?
Oh, yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. We would have Quinton for weeks at a time at our house. She never called to check on Quinton. But we never complained about it because we really enjoyed Quinton being at our house, being able to love on him. And
Oh, God. Poor baby. Oh, God. I'm getting emotional.
I'm sorry.
You miss him?
Yes, sir.
Think you're ready to be done with this now?
It doesn't matter.
Oh,
I'm
y'all.
fine.
You sure?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
God.
Were there times where Quinton would sleep over at your house, but the other kids would?
Yes, sir.
How did that come about? How did that happen?
When Leilani would say she's coming to pick up the kids, she would be like, "Oh, I'm coming," or "Danny's coming to pick up the kids." Quinton would never want to go when it was her, so she was like, "He could just stay here. It's fine."
How was Danny with Quinton and the kids?
Danny loved the kids a lot. He was good with them. He treated them how they were supposed to be treated.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Em, the last time you were asked to talk about these incidents with us, you noted that these incidents happened in May, June, and July of 2022. Is that correct?
I didn't say. I said I didn't know the exact months.
Okay, well, The different incidents we've talked about.
Yes, sir.
All the incidents that you named. Can you tell me when they happened?
No, sir, I cannot.
Okay. And when you saw them happen, the things that you've described here in court,
Exactly, Trixie.
did you call anybody like the police?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you call anybody like DFAX to report Leilani?
No, sir, I did not.
The PlayStation controller push you described, he fell back on his bottom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see any kind of a bruise or a mark or a cut or anything on Quinton as a result of the push you say you saw?
Not at the time, no, sir.
And the pool incident, obviously that was in the warmer months, but you can't say when that happened either, can you?
I know it was in summer sometime, but I don't know the exact month.
Okay. And in Savannah, summer can be a pretty long time.
Yes, sir.
Same question as before. Did you call the police about it or DFAX or any authority to report Leilani Simon?
No, sir, I did not.
The stairs incident, I think he went down the stairs and you got to him, but he didn't cry, did he?
Not for long. He didn't really let out a long one.
And you didn't see any marks or injuries or bruises?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What kind?
It was a bruise on right here by his head.
Okay. Now the roadway incident.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I understand it, you were at your house and you saw the boys out there near the road.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you went there. Actually, you ran to them, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Because you recognize
Exactly.
kids
Ability,
in a roadway with cars
exactly.
going by can be a
And
very
Tracy.
dangerous situation, can it?
Yes, sir.
And it can be very upsetting.
Yes, sir.
And you knocked on the door, but couldn't get an answer right.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how Zane and Quinton then got out of the house on their own?
Zane knew how to open doors.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I agree, Jenny. Yep.
And right now, in
Exactly.
recounting these different incidents, you can't give an exact date about when they happened, can you?
No, sir, I cannot.
And we've already established you didn't call the police about it, call any authority or any DFAX to report what happened.
No, sir, I did not.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
When these
Yeah,
things
that
would
attorney-
happen, is there anybody you tell?
Old.
I would tell my mom.
Sorry, I was muted. Yep, she's a child. I mean, I'm sure she told her mama. And going back to what
They can't really say anything unless the mom sees it. They're not going to listen,
right.
And it's oh my God, yeah, these people anger me. Why? Because somebody didn't call DCFS, so therefore you're gonna make it seem like she's lying or elaborating. No.
Right. I agree. And Eek asked about CPS. CPS had been called on her. That's why the grandmother had custody. But like hearing all this and going through this trial, again, I got to question what's going on in the household, because this girl from up the road, the babysitter, is seeing all these things happen to Quinton, and she's the one reacting. Like by the time she's seeing Quinton get pushed down about the PlayStation controller and being pushed in the pool and being pushed down the stairs, nobody else in the household is reacting to these things, because I have to assume they're used to seeing them. Like, I'm going to tell you what, if I saw my child do something like that to their child, I'm going to tell them to leave. I'm going to be like, no, you need to roll out and you need to leave the baby here. Because no, that's not, no.
Oh yeah. I mean, that house had to have been just horrible, with the brother not wanting to get out of bed when the cops are there,
Yeah.
to find out. And nobody, all this abuse.
Yeah.
Quinton calls out for Danny. Why? Because apparently mommy is horrible to him,
Right.
The poor baby did not have a chance in life. Not a
No.
chance.
Not the least bit. And like, again, I go back to all this shit happening in this house and nobody's reacting to it because they're so used to it. Like you said, the brother laying in bed when the cops are there. How many damn times have the cops been there before? Is my question.
It's like it's a weekly thing. Oh, the cops are here again.
Right.
Whatever. I don't care where the cops are at. My butt's looking.
Right.
What's going on? I want to know.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Like driving down the road, there's a wreck, I'm looking across the street, whatever, yeah. But you're so used to it, you just go back to bed. It's just another day. Lord have mercy.
Mom.
No further questions.
Ms. McCarter, you're excused.
Thank you.
I think that's it for yesterday. Yep. Maybe.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness.
Okay. So we'll close out of that because I know that there wasn't a witness that came up in that amount of time. Yeah, again, I just want to go back to like what kind of shit had been going on in the house for her to be the only one to react. Danny's the one that's giving them love and affection. The two people that aren't family are the ones that are taking care of these youngins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's you know, I mean, I have to say, in Danny's defense, yeah, he was messed up too, but he entered that relationship and he did more for them babies than their own mother did.
Yep.
So anybody putting him, and people drug him, saying he left so early, he probably had something to do with it, you know, he knew, da da da. And here we come to find out, he was in contact with, you know, them the whole time. They were monitoring devices. He didn't care. He wasn't hiding anything.
Right. Yep. I remember him being drugged. And like I said in the beginning, when I said I don't know how something like that could happen in a house and you didn't hear it, and then I had to walk right back on my words when he got up on the stand and started testifying. I learned my lesson with that. You know, we got to be careful about who we prosecute and you know, blame off the bat. But I remember hearing this. Unfortunately, what I remember most about it is Bullhorn Betty and them standing outside playing crying baby noises. But I do remember him leaving in the beginning, and I remember me thinking, well, he's probably leaving because he's pissed off and fed up with the situation, would be my thought.
Yeah. I mean, he left, but like he said, you know, he left and he went to Atlanta.
Yeah.
To start. Then he went to his mom's, but the whole time he was in contact.
Yep. And regardless of whether you leave or not, like, you know, the cops are going to be watching you or paying attention to you regardless of whether you leave the situation or not. So if you're guilty, well, I mean, I guess we could reference Letitia Stout, who left and was guilty. So I don't know. But regardless, this household was just straight the definition of dysfunction.
It was. It really was. And I'm sorry to say, you know, granted, this, you know, Billy Joe had custody of them, but I'm sorry, she did nothing to protect some babies.
No.
Once like that, nothing.
Nothing at all. And I know that she saw these things going on, and you didn't do shit about it. Like, nobody did.
Yeah, because the way it made, I mean, this was not just occurrences when she was gone out of town. There's no way that while she was out of town and when she was home, everything was picture perfect. No.
Right. If you're comfortable enough to do it in front of that little girl that's babysitting your kid, or, you know, the babysitter's daughter, you're comfortable. I mean, it's become a comfortable habit for you. The friend calls on the phone, you're cussing them out and calling him a bastard. Danny's taking care of the kid. Like, it's obvious that these things were comfortable for you. So, of course, they were going on in front of other people's eyes.
Yep.
That's great.
Well, I'm going to get off here. You have, you know, the rest of the show. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm about done too for today.
It was more, you know, for me, like, I really didn't take notes on this one because I was like, this one just basically speaks for itself. It's just crazy.
It really did. It really did. Yep. Well, thank you for coming up and being here with me. I'm going to end out the show as well. This is going to be it for me today. If I am able to put out a video, I've got more pictures, but I'm I'm trying to get some more evidence back. So if I'm able to put out a video tonight, we will go over that tomorrow. If not, we'll go over this case. I do want to do Sarah Boone for Abellis. So we might be able, if I don't have anything to put out, then we'll do Sarah Boone opening statements one day, and then today's Leilani Simon trial case Saturday. And between the 2 days, we'll do one Sarah Boone and one today's court, and then Monday we'll start with Leilani going live.
Awesome. If you ever need anything, just reach out.
Okay, thank you, Trixie. I really appreciate you being here.
You
Have a good day. Have the best day ever.
too. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. And I hope that you all have the best day ever. Bellis, I used to have a starling. His name was Starlet. I'll have to put a picture up in the members profile. Starlet, I raised him from a baby. He was another baby I had. And he would fly, and he would go fly around for about 2 hours, and he would always come back in and fly right in the door. I would leave the door open for him, and he'd come back in every single day. But he got up with a group of starlings, and I think he found him a little girlfriend or something. And I think when they migrated, he didn't come back. It broke my heart. I stayed in bed for a week. I love that bird. But he migrated, and I like to think I got little grandbaby starlings somewhere in Florida or something. I'll show you guys a picture of him one day. But yeah, that's going to be it for me today. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really can't say thank you enough. I know we're a day behind on trial, and it's hard to be here when you want to know what's going on. And I just want to say thank you so much for spending your day with me and with us here at the Speculating family. If you're watching this on replay, please give it a like. Thank you again, Trixie, for coming up. And I will see you guys all in the morning at 10 because it'll be Saturday. Have the best day ever. I hope he is Abellis. His name is Starlet. Have the best day ever, and I will see you guys in the morning. Let me get our closing song. And I hope y'all have the best day ever. Thank you again. Bye.